Commissioners, the meeting is live.
Right. Well, good morning. Welcome to the RHID County Board of Commissioners June 9th meeting. Please stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah. Any public comments?
Good morning, Commissioners. Just a quick note. I didn't know if this was the right time, but I didn't want to take the RHID any time away from them later this morning. So just want to let you know that the Riley County Rural Economic Development Advisory Board has prepared a letter of support for the RHID project. I'm working with members of them to have time on Thursday's agenda for them to present that letter to you and have that conversation with you. But I just wanted to give you that heads up that is coming.
Okay.
It's probably for the rural.
That's not what this is about. Commissioner comments.
Yeah. Okay. Thursday afternoon, I attended the June meeting via Zoom of the Flint Hills Mental Health Task Force. We had a continued dialogue of reshaping and revisioning of the board, including some potential new partners. Discussion on the mental health summit that will be taking place in Hayes later on in the year, I think in the fall. Further integration of the 9888 line. We also heard crisis data updates from the CSU hospital and the state hospital. Discuss further progress on mobile crisis and what the pressing needs are there. Last topic too was the possible breaking off into several subcommittees that could review and relate specific facets of mental health and report back to the large group with thoughts and/or recommendations. Friday morning, listened in on the K-State Research and Extension e-call titled All Things Kansas with Jessica Ganad from the K-State 105. All Things Kansas is a free interactive tool that features data-driven mapping reports and insight for all 105 counties. Something that K-State launched this project with multiple partners as an economic development resource and a one-stop shop for Kansas data to understand communities across the state. Saturday afternoon, I attended the 12th annual Taste of the Ville down in Aggieville Business District. Fun afternoon and traveling around to many of the establishments and getting a little taste of what they do. Had everything from coconut shrimp tacos at Goolsby's. That was really good. It's a pepperoni calzones at DP Dough's. It's an ice cream from Cold Stone Creamery and Pandora's rolled ice cream. They actually do roll ice cream. It's
Rolled ice cream.
rolled ice cream. It's right across from the library, and that's the library liquor store there, and that little shopping mall there on the very south end.
Really?
Yeah, it was really good. They've got all different types of
Roll it up.
yeah, there was a girl back there really, getting after it. And I was just like, man, that's impressive. Anyway, didn't know that existed, but yeah. Had some other sweet goodies from Full Circle, Varsity Donuts, Blue Stem Bistro, and Insomnia Cookies. To wings from Buffalo Wild Wings and McCool's, to Mexican and Italian delights from Terra's, Nico's Little Italy, Abelardo's. I probably chopped that one up, but that's my bad. And kites to other appetizers and items from Aggieville Brewery, Happy Hippie, High Low, Mr. Good Sense, Porter's, and Starbucks. Starbucks had iced coffee. I took a pass on that one. As you know, I've had issues with iced coffee.
And chai lattes.
Yeah, in the middle of the afternoon on Saturday wasn't a great idea to do either, so I kind of left that one alone. So anyway, a wonderful June Sunday afternoon, be out and about, seeing friends and others I know from the community. Just enjoying the Aggieville Business District, which is having a lot of construction once again. So just something to point out, just to offer some traditional things and get to see some new things as well. Yesterday was the 118th anniversary of the 1st Infantry Division, or as we know it, the Big Red One, which is still currently the oldest continuously serving division in the regular Army. And of course, is stationed right here at Fort Riley. Also wanted to mention that there was a ceremony this morning up on Fort Riley at Victory Hall in the form of a division run to celebrate the United States Army's 250th anniversary. Think about that. Ooh, wasn't able to be there in person, obviously, to the close proximity and time of this meeting, but was able to catch parts of it online in its entirety. And what a milestone and what a sacrifice our armies have made for us during this time to protect our freedom in this nation. So rest of the weekend just spent at home catching up on things, catching up on some TV shows, finishing those up, and catching up and getting prepared for the upcoming week. That's all I got.
Okay. Well, let's see, Thursday went to a water PT session in the afternoon. Later I checked in with Deb at Workforce One. We're still working on locating housing for the Job Corps students, and I referred her to the Manhattan Emergency Shelter that had some spaces available, and she was going to touch base with them. There was an injunction filed against closure and a hearing set for June 17th. Then late last night, close to midnight, which I didn't read till this morning, I got a message from her, and she's shared an update with us. To date, they've enrolled close to 20 new individuals from for the St. Hills Job Corps. While using the long-term future of the center remains uncertain, they've currently been instructing us to operate as usual. I'll just read this. Many of the youth continue to seek support service, including housing, job placement, and ongoing training. Some were nearing their exit from the Job Corps, while others are understandably anxious about what lies ahead. At this point, we do not anticipate a need for temporary housing, but there may still be youth in need of donations to help furnish their new apartments. We're currently working with a few local churches and plan to reach out to be able as well. A congressional hearing is scheduled for June 17th. It may impact the direction of the program and decisions relating to the remaining students. However, it's difficult to predict the outcome at this time. I will continue to keep you informed.
What's
So they're just going on business as usual, but who knows what's going to happen.
where's that congressional hearing taking place?
I'm not for sure. You know, I want to check up on it, but I don't know for sure. She'll probably let me know. I can find that out. So, let's see, Friday. Well, that was jumping to Sunday, but I thought that was important to get that read. And it's real interesting. People think the workforce of the federal government doesn't work, but she was, and she's a state, but she was working at 11:40 at night. You know, she sent me the email. So it's kudos to them for all the work they're doing. Friday had an appointment with my doctor's office to check out a bad rash on my neck, arms, and face. And apparently it's come from the chemicals in the water at Water PT.
Oh.
Apparently, because there's nothing else that would cause it. I've always runs very well, but apparently it didn't help a whole lot. So they're giving me some steroids to clear it up. So well, that's why.
Gonna come back next month with some big muscles.
Yeah. So we'll probably switch to some regular PT. Then that afternoon, I did some yard work and other domestic chores, was pretty charged up after the steroids. I got done.
Funny how that works.
Saturday, had lunch with friends at the Little Grill. It was a challenge getting out there on Highway 24 closed on the north side of town. So you have to go all the way around, and Casement Road will get you.
Oh, through Barnes and.
Yeah, you have
outside,
Barnes.
Yeah,
You can't get there otherwise. So
I live over in Northview, so when I go up there, that's usually the way I go. It's
Yeah.
scenic, but yeah,
I didn't think the entire area was closed, but it was.
yeah.
So I went around. I did also speak to Jacob Hadson over the weekend about today's executive session. Then Sunday afternoon, I spent time rewriting the minutes from a church meeting. Took a walk at Wildcat Park with my dog, which was really pleasant. Wasn't barely anybody out there, but you know, a lot of fun. And then I reviewed the agenda documents for today's meeting. So that's it for me.
Last Friday, I met with Amanda and Bob in planning about the comprehensive plan. The resident asked me to attend with him for the discussion. We talked about items in the existing comprehensive plan and what he would like to see in the new one. He also mentioned some things in the land development regulations that he thought could be changed. Over the weekend, I'd spent a lot of time leading up to the weekend reviewing the RHID numbers for today's meeting. I had a good understanding of them. And then yesterday they sent revised numbers from the developer. And I had a little bit of time to go over them, but not as much as I had originally. So we'll see where that goes today. And then the rest of the weekend was spent doing work around the house. And we can go ahead and get started then.
Ready for business, commissioners? First item we have, need a motion to approve Riley County Extension 2026 budget request.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the Raleigh County Extension budget request.
I'll second. Excuse me. That didn't come out right at all, sorry. I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the Riley County extension appropriation request. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, please sign. Allergies on my throat's the same way.
No,
Stuff in the air.
Didn't get nearly enough rain over the weekend.
Yeah, I know.
Sprinkle.
That was a
Yeah.
disappointment. Sure. Oh, missed a second one, Greg.
oh,
Oh. That happens to me too when they put those tabs right on top of each other. Next, Commissioner, Riley County Personnel Action Form, Joshua St. John, new hire, mechanic tech 2, Public Works Department. Braden Ennis, new hire, volunteer firefighter, fire district number 1. Marcelia Garcia, new hire, seasonal laborer, Public Works Department. All 3, please sign.
you guys work, mine says no internet connection. I can't open the meeting notes.
That's odd.
I had them open and I went to open another, look at another page and it
Well, mine's
Locked
working. You might need to restart it.
Technology. If you turn it off, it's great when it works.
Unplug it, replug it.
Yeah.
I have to do that for my brain sometimes. You have a better chance at the computer working probably.
get it a few times.
Yeah. I've had a few computers like that. It's a love-hate relationship.
What do you go through just quick?
My Microsoft thing is such a delete things on me.
No, it just means it updated.
Well, they say they update it, but then you can't find anything. It's like, I try not to update it, but after a while, we just do it anyway. I don't know. Through there.
Nothing.
Nothing, huh? Uh-oh. Better call IT.
Didn't blue screen, did it?
Do anything.
Then you're really in trouble.
Spinning dots thing, please wait.
I was thinking about doing something. Any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
Everything.
Okay, anyway, make a motion to approve the minutes as written from the June 5th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the that's it,
June 5th.
June 5th meeting. Riley County Commission, all in favor?
Aye.
Tentative agendas, look, commissioners.
I'm little concerned about that RHID discussion, only giving us 20 minutes on Thursday. I think we should move that to the end and let it be what it needs to be. That's gonna take more than 20 minutes.
Board okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jumping up and down about it, probably like everybody else.
Now, is that RHID we're gonna discuss? Is that the one in Cobra Hills? I mean, they came out with the thrill
That's the-
on the little kid.
Yeah, this will all
A
just be
little
the one I'm
bit.
looking.
Spot, and then, school board apparently did the one in Cobra Hill.
No.
That's
Did
what
not.
they told me.
But
Talked to one of the board members. Huh, okay.
Any items for next week's press conference, commissioners? Okay, next I'm up at 9 o'clock.
yeah.
Is it coming up yet?
Yeah. It's a lot of pages now. I don't know what it was. They tried restarting it, didn't do it. I mean, tried just closing and open
Mhm.
that tab. It didn't do it, so I had to completely restart it, and it took a long time. Something must have gotten crossed in there.
Use your microwave, Greg. Bob, how you doing? Good. Good weekend?
As I say, well,
Yeah, I just worked like crazy.
yeah,
It's-
went to KC on Saturday. They got rain.
Got some rain. I'd have taken some more.
I got it on radio.
Have fun in KC?
Yeah, it was good. It was
So,
good.
so,
So my brother and size wife.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was good. Yeah,
Good.
yeah,
At least that's not too far away.
yeah, yeah. it's-
Yeah.
It's almost 2 idiots.
oh, she's not in her office.
Rattled our whole house. Oh, Henry came in and he was like, that really scared me.
Thinking about rearranging.
I knew you were coming, come here. Yeah. I know it
Oh,
wasn't,
wow.
it might have
I've got a
tried to
nice,
sprinkle.
I might run it by you for the end of the
Downpour for, I don't know how long, but.
So did they come up with any better numbers? RHID?
Mhm.
They didn't send me anything.
Mom, the same number keeps calling over and over. I was like, what?
Cindy. Cindy. Yeah, except for Deb late last night. I can't believe she sent me. I fortunately did a ding on my phone or I don't know.
Now, Rich, Brittany and I were just saying that I searched this document like 4 times for 2024 and 2026.
She
and
didn't
every other
like
year, it's
someone.
not 2025. So, and then she double checked it. So if there's something that shows up on there, it's a curse.
Yeah.
I guess.
Maybe we can find.
Yeah.
That's simple.
It's probably.
I was so irritated last time. I mean,
Not gonna run again.
Yeah.
What's the big guy up to today?
I don't even want to talk about it. He's running errands for his mother is what he's doing, but
Good.
I knew everybody complains about teenage girls, but I gotta tell you, in my experience, it's the boys.
They're all hard.
I don't know.
Girls started about 12.
Yeah, and I mean, we had, you know, motions and kind of fits, but I always knew what she was thinking because she was just so verbal about it. And, you know, it was like always,
Mhm.
you know, upset, but this boy, he is clammed up and non-purposeful. He just kind of, I don't know, he's tough.
They'll get it together. I'm sure.
I sure hope so. Rich keeps telling me that and I said, and I keep saying yes, but some kids don't. Some kids don't. So I gotta stay nervous for a while.
It's tough being a parent.
It is really hard.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, well, and you want to be loving, but at the other side, you gotta be a little
Can't be friends.
No, definitely not friends. Definitely not. No, my daughter used to tell her friends that. She's like, no, my mom's not my friend. Because they were best friends with their mom, and she's like, no.
You gotta wait till they turn about 38. then
Yeah,
they're your
maybe.
friends. Yeah, my daughter and I are best friends
Yeah,
now.
yeah. And that, I think, yeah,
That
that's
whole
okay.
period of time was really tough.
Yeah.
Now she thanks me.
Yeah, good, good. Yeah, no, my daughter is 29 and she thanks me for being mean to her, but she says I'm too nice to the boys. But I think all the oldest always say that.
Yeah.
The oldest always say,
Oh,
"It's
yeah,
toughest
no,
on
it's
me."
tough on the oldest. Well, I had ones.
Well, I'm sure she thought you were tough on her at the time.
Oh, yeah, we had a lot of. But I always, the love was always there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very trying to raise a daughter on your own.
Always love them, but there's some days you don't really like them.
Yeah. My mom actually used to say that to us. I love you, but right now I don't like you very much. And
That's not what my mom said, and I
It's
can't
hard.
repeat it, so.
it felt harsh, but I mean, we were probably being brats. I think the thing is, Greg, you can see everything they could accomplish and they're just not getting there.
Our roughest years were middle school. All of them.
All of them.
You guys are giving me so much joy.
Just looking forward to all of it.
You got one in middle school yet?
No, he just turned 10. So we'll be doing.
Just when you thought it was gonna get better, huh?
We're finally making progress.
I drove through Chapman for the first time last weekend or this weekend.
Oh, you found
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, I found it.
You didn't blink, did you?
I did and almost missed it, but that was a cool little town.
Drove through like downtown. You saw all the business.
I was on, what is that, the old highway?
Old 40.
Yeah, old 40.
Okay,
Because
so
we went.
You didn't
and-
see it enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could see most of it, I think.
You just see what's new.
Town, I mean, it was a town. I like the little downtown area, but. Yeah, we
Alright,
went
they
and
got a-
visited Wilson Lake and then just took Highway 60 back, or what was 40.
I don't know if it's still open, but they used to have a good little diner down there.
Southern Comfort.
Sure. It's been 30 years, don't expect me to remember the
It's
name.
not open anymore.
Uh.
We do have a new one called Grandma's House. So people, from my understanding, people that opened, so we have a Mexican restaurant too, so we have one hacienda. And so, the people that own that also opened Grandma's House. Then we have a Chinese restaurant, which I tell people all the time, it's the best Chinese food I've ever had.
Is it really?
I mean, I'm not well versed in Chinese food,
alright.
so, but I think it's pretty good.
It's a pretty good endorsement.
I feel like that diner is what my small town needs to. I mean, they have like 3 Mexican restaurants, but there's no other, like just, I don't know, sandwiches, eggs.
Yeah, so they do have that, and it's super good. We went there actually on Saturday. My parents were like, "Oh, I've never been." I'm like, "Great, let's go."
Would you ride the bike to Wilson Lake?
No, I did ride the bike up though. I did finally get that. It's in my
Wilson Lake's a
garage.
Nice lake.
Yeah. It was,
Clearest water in Kansas by far.
that was the first time I went out there, and Casey, or she had a summer. She had some friends that lived out in Russell and had a summer out there. So
Yeah,
lots of stories.
spent a lot of time at Wilson Lake growing up. It's a nice lake.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect all the hilly terrain out there.
Mm-hmm. And it is a deep lake
Is it?
because of that hilly terrain.
Huh.
Very clear water, very clear.
Apparently it's close to.
It's actually the only lake in the state of Kansas that has salt in it. And it has a high enough salt content, although it's relatively low compared to the ocean, high enough salt content that there's actually one species of shark that could live in there.
Eh, that's fun.
What about alligators?
Little Cave Creek. Right behind Jacob.
All right. It's been a while since I've had some gator.
About 5 years.
Not with animals, like fishing, camping.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to do some camping out there.
Yeah, so, oh, well.
Gotta fix it. Bet the stars are pretty out there.
They
No
have nice
light
little
pollution.
cabins too out there, that you
Yeah.
can rent, you know, just for the month thing. They're really nice and close to the lake. Wife and I did.
Had it a couple of times. I have a friend who's got one down in southern Barton County, but haven't actually been camping, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No one does camping
I
anymore.
know.
They drive out their $300,000 trailer,
Yeah.
pulling behind their dually pickup.
Fully air conditioned.
They rough it for the weekend.
With Hulu and, yeah.
Yeah, that's not my version of camping.
Amazingly enough, I got enough stuff where I could survive, you know, enough
You can do
tools,
it,
you know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Yeah. Except for a tent.
Well, those don't cost much these days.
One thing about Wilson Lake, you get some high winds out.
Yeah, it was getting pretty
You
windy.
get some high winds out in western Kansas.
I can see that.
And that lake, when those high winds come up, because it's so big and deep, you get some serious waves out there.
Imagine so.
Greg, you probably don't get this magazine. They did a thing on the keeper of the clock in the courthouse. And they did a whole article on. it. I thought, you know,
I've seen that one. I usually get that.
it just came Saturday, but they did a whole, I
Oh,
haven't
I'd
even
check my
read
mail
it
for a
all,
while.
but I thought it'd be something we might. Hang
Josh, take it. Oh, Josh, go ahead, sorry.
if you want to read
That's
it.
amazing.
And it, yeah, the
Just
way
all
he
the
takes
parts
care of
this.
all the pieces and parts.
Went up there when we had that tour of them.
Yeah. Apparently he's the guardian.
Guardian.
David say,
Oh, yeah, I know David.
yeah.
Mhm.
Say,
Yeah,
yeah.
David.
Remember we did the
Picture of
ink glass
book.
for it back
Yep.
in.
I've known David for years.
Father Time. But, yeah, they do a whole, like, did pictures of.
Yeah.
They had, I don't,
He works on our timestamps too, in the offices.
Does
He
he?
does the work on those. I've known him for years.
came
His
in, I had,
dad was a staunch avid Republican.
I remember, I heard the name many times, but. You imagine, so I'll read it and then I'll pass it around.
I think I get it.
Yeah, you probably get it in the city. I think it just came Saturday, so.
I haven't checked my mail for a couple of days. Most of my bills are all digital, so I don't have to check the mailbox very often.
Takes
Usually
so
full of
long. to get-
ads and junk stuff. And a few magazines here and there.
Commissioners, longest last one.
Eternity, my gosh.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rich Vargo, Riley County Clerk. Upper right-hand corner, you can see we're at 41.67% point in time of the year. That's just kind of what we use as our barometer to look at comparatively where the departments are budget-wise. This first section is regards to year-to-date wages and overtime. You can see those highlighted in the red are those that are over that at this point. Not a huge concern at this point. Keep an eye on it and see how it impacts the budgets overall as we get closer. like to look at that center column, amount of overtime. Overall, we're just at 2.51, sometimes a little bit higher. Public Works and solid waste, and those can become a little bit higher. I know the 19.21 grabs probably the public's attention, but that is the overwhelming majority is scheduled regular overtime, since they are 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 24-hour service.
And that's come down quite a bit.
Mhm.
Elizabeth and David and
Around almost 30% at one point in time.
But I like to compare the 38, like where we at for the whole budget. So we know it's all budgeted in there because they're at 39.8 of their whole budget. So that's all budgeted at the time.
budgeted what's planned, and man, over the years, how much time David and Elizabeth and Josh have worked on that to manage that better and schedule appropriate people appropriately. So it's not the highest paid individual getting paid that overtime. And so there's been a lot of management going into that, but it has saved a lot of money. Any questions there, commissioners? Next report, just a little bit more detailed comparison of regular salaries and overtime for each respective department, to give you a little bit more detail. Any questions on this report, commissioners?
I have a question,
Mhm.
just to clarify. Administrative services, that's under the county counselor's office.
Mhm.
What are the regular salaries under there for? Or what is that?
Regular salaries, that's everyone, all the staff.
All the staff,
Mhm.
but it's not the attorney is separate. The attorney is off separate, and then the
The
staff.
county attorney's office is separate, but the county counselor is under administrative.
Yeah, I mean the county counselor.
Yeah, he's under administrative.
So on number one, the attorney, that's just the attorneys and
County attorney.
county attorneys, and then.
And not just the attorney.
County counselor.
It's the departments. It's the
Yeah, and
department.
then the administrative services are all the staff up there.
All the staff
The attorney is
and the
very
county
helpful.
counselor
Oh, so-
and the county counselor.
Yeah.
That is the county. Okay,
That's county.
all righty. Okay, I just wanted to,
It's all departmental staff.
okay,
Mhm.
all right. Just wanted to clarify
Any other
that.
questions?
Maybe the more appropriate term for that is judicial services. I don't know.
Where?
Well, I think it probably should just say county counselors. We should probably, in my opinion, change number 4 to county counselors, because really that's what's encompassed now.
Yeah.
In their
Yeah.
department.
As you think of administrative, you think of your department, you think of Shiloh's department, you think of Amy's department. We don't,
I think it's a holdover for when they had other things in.
It's all over from decades ago.
it might not be a bad idea just to clarify, I guess.
Yeah, because when I know that the county attorney's office has a separate budget, so I didn't think that was, there, so I just.
Well, it's
Well,
not.
the county
one of
attorney's
these.
budgets.
Say county counselor's office.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be clearer.
That'd be clear.
I agree. Yep, we can make that change easily. Make that change easily. Any other questions, commissioners? We're just so happy we got the years right today.
You're not kidding all the way yet.
Yeah.
I know, but look, because she kind of challenged me today, so we need to really look. Any other questions on this report, commissioners? Sorry, Elizabeth had to throw that.
I know, well, I mean,
For 4 years and I still didn't
You
understand.
might want to do that on this page.
yeah,
too.
we'll do it across the board. We'll do it in context
Uh-huh.
across the board.
For sure, because it's the same here. Counselor is on there, but it's secondary, really should be first.
Yeah.
For sure. Next report, commissioners, year-to-date budget activity, still using that same barometer of 41.7%. Those highlighted in the blue are those that have exceeded that at this point in time. Have to remember a good portion of those that are over right now. Juvenile detention, budget appropriations, insurance, transfers is all cyclical based on year's time, should balance out by the end of the year. If not, Brittany will let us know at the end of the year.
What about emergency management?
Emergency
I
management.
mean, it's not terribly over, I guess. But
Yeah, it could just be based on timing of certain purchases,
okay,
for sure.
maybe the move.
I don't know if it's to the move, but yeah, maybe they bought a bunch of supplies beginning of the year, kind of like elections, we have certain times when the bulk of our spending goes out, and so. All of those look pretty good. I always like to point out 2 lines down from the widest bold blue section, the general, we're at 17.09%. Of course, that's because of the budget stabilization amount in there, and so it is atypically low compared to the other departments, and that's where we would prefer that it be at. Remember, none of these Singularly would be a budget violation if they are over at the end of the year. It's just the entire fund of the county general, which is this entire first page. Any questions, commissioners? Next page, you can see disaster, special alcohol, couple and juvenile detention, community corrections. Special alcohol, of course, is way high because of how it's administered differently now with that distribution that Shiloh's doing. So that's was all anticipated. Any questions on any of those others? RCPD operations, of course, because of appropriations, but then remember, of course, you know, inmate medical is very high. We're having the offsite inmate medical housing that we're going to be adding to that expenses, commissioners, and we'll be adding that to the list of things that we'll keep track of in these next reports down. That way the commissioners are well informed as to how much we're spending on inmate housing. That when we had met with RCPD, oh geez, it's probably been 6 months ago or so, on inmate housing, and they were coming to us about potentially paying for that. One of their arguments was, you know, we didn't budget for this, and I had to remind them, well, we didn't budget for it neither, but it needs to get paid. So that was not budgeted for this year, commissioners. So I do anticipate RCPD operations will go over in expenditures this year. We'll just have to do a budget amendment at the end of the year. We're legally obligated to pay those costs. There's no way to get out of it, including the inmate medical. Any questions on that? Next report, these are all enterprise funds, commissioners. These respective special benefit districts derive their funding from taxpayers or owners or possibly even renters in those districts that pay these fees and assessments. Right now, they're all looking pretty good. Any questions on those? No ad valorem tax dollars are used on any of these funds. Next, commissioners, a comparison of 2024 to 2025 expenditures for all departments. Just a little snapshot, not always an apples to apples comparison, but just gives you an idea of how spending's going in each respective department compared to the previous year. Any questions on any of those? Okay, next, commissioners, the breakdown of county general. Personnel in here, of course, is just for separation of service. There are no regular salaries or wages paid out of here. It's just upon separation of staff from Raleigh County employment. And then I always like to point out the miscellaneous budget stabilization of $4.25 million. Any questions there, commissioners? Next report, year-to-date budget activity, RCPD expenses paid by Raleigh County. Emphasize paid by Raleigh County solely, commissioners. No other public entity provides any money for inmate medical and or facilities, buildings and or maintenance. And so these are costs that we provide for RCPD wholly, including the budget appropriation, which is 20% of their budget. Like this next report a little bit better, gives you a snapshot comparison 21 through 25. You can see physician, of course, again, we're on a record-setting pace, and that's not a record we want to do, commissioners. It's due to, of course, the large amount of inmates, and then the psychotropic drugs are just tremendously expensive, and that's a lot of what they deal with in there.
Rich, maybe this goes to the county counselor. Are we liable, under statute to pay medical expenses?
Yeah.
I knew the operations.
Oh, absolutely.
and that's
We've even had to pay
considered
for pregnant inmates in that process in its entirety. It doesn't matter. Any medically related, we are obligated for.
It says that in the statute.
And the statute,
Okay.
it's pretty clear cut, unfortunately.
Okay, just checking.
Actually,
Absolutely.
for us, it's even more clear cut than it is just
Yeah.
the regular county sheriff
Yeah.
because of the consolidation. They've made it very, very specific.
Mhm. Yep,
But it isn't
absolutely.
State animal control.
That's a question that's come up.
That's what I said. That's one of my questions I asked early on,
Okay, well,
for sure. Any questions on that page? Another one I like to watch is building maintenance, knock on wood. Building maintenance has not been bad the last several years. There were several years where it got rather expensive as well. Any other questions on that page, commissioners? Next, a little bit more detailed breakdown of offsite inmate medical expenses paid by Advanced Correctional Healthcare. It's our third party medical provider, which is something we did decade and a half ago by now, and it's been a great change to eliminate the responsibility from the officers. Any questions there? You see the ADPs at 123.5, so still high. And they say the actual numbers are generally higher than that.
132 as of last week.
Yep. So that all adds to our increased cost for sure. Any questions on any of those reports, commissioners? If you take more time to look through them and have any questions, feel free to let us know. I think the years are right.
Okay, back up. Yeah, the year's right. There's still the first one on 24 to 25 comparison. There's still, the formulas are messed up.
24 to 25. On this first section here.
Next one up. If you look at those, like, commissioners, 24 to 32, a difference of 50,000.
It's, a lot of it, I think this month is because, we had 3 pay periods and versus.
But it says May 24 versus May 25, and the difference,
Oh,
unless that May difference is supposed the numbers.
Yeah, the difference
There's
is
several, there's
8.
there's several of them down
Rather
the
than
line.
50.
The next one after that, register of deeds, went up 4,000. It shows 104,000. There, that column is
Like adding,
mistake.
yeah.
Yep, I see that. It's like a formula there.
Yeah, it's quite a difference.
There's some that are right and some that aren't.
Yeah, some of them are right. So
Some that are
It
right.
depends which one's higher, because it's the same formula, but
something,
Yeah.
yeah, something, because they aren't all off, but quite a few of them
Mm-hmm.
way off.
Brittany will check those formulas. Formulas can be the death of you in Excel.
Excel can just be the death of you.
So sick of this report this year.
it's frustrating. but
It
it's-
is. Last year was nice. Copied over to 25. It's been a disaster.
Gotta love formulas.
Yeah.
Gotta love formulas. Any other questions, commissioners? If you have more time and go through those reports and have any questions, feel free to let us know and we'll be glad to get you any answers. Next, commissioners, you have Steve Shirley up at 9:15. Steve Shirley and Ken, I guess.
We're glad you do that, Greg. Check all the
Great.
formulas.
Well, I went checking, I just started
They
looking at
look
the
pretty
numbers and I
weird.
went, these numbers don't. Yeah,
Right.
something.
Something's off, yeah.
Commissioner McKinley, may I just say one thing? This says Elizabeth Ward, but I'm really proud of this committee because I did not write this and I did not lead this. Tandy and Steve are the chairs and they have really taken over this entire project and I'm just a committee member. So I just wanted to point out that this group is really owning this entire year's of employee day. So we just made a little copy of the template from last year, so. I don't want credit for your work. You did such a good job. I want to make sure you get it. That won't get you. There's way more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Maybe you didn't want to come up. Good morning, commissioners. Steve Shirley, Assistant County Appraiser, but here on behalf of the Employee Day Committee. And it seems just like yesterday we were kind of reviewing last year's, but we're here presenting this year's Employee Day proposals. So just again, a little background. Since 2006, Riley County has dedicated the Indigenous Peoples' Day observance for the enrichment and training of Riley County employees. This year's Employee Day will be on October 13th, 2025. This is a mandatory training day, so all county offices are closed to the public. So the committee's been busy finalizing the keynote speaker and discussing kind of final breakout session options. The venue again will be at AMC Theater. That venue just kind of seems to provide the most space and comfort for everyone. The theme this year, yeah, right there, is growing into the future. What we've had a lot of discussion about is varying topics, but they kind of stem around succession planning, comprehensive and strategic planning, and also artificial intelligence. So what does the day look like? I'll kind of scroll down to the agenda here. You can kind of see that, but so this is tentative, but it will mainly have some small adjustments as far as the timeline, but overall flow of the day will remain the same. It begins at 7:45 with optional breakfast. Then at 8 a.m. the morning session will begin, which will include a keynote speaker. After a break, employee recognition will take place, followed by a breakout session in which the employees can choose which topic interests them the most. Then lunch is optional, but will be provided by Riley County. And then the most likely scenario after lunch is a plenary session, which will have everyone kind of come back to the same auditorium and hear the same presentation. After that presentation is over, the employees will be released for the afternoon team building activities. Last year, the team building event out of Podorf, it was a huge success. The subcommittee that oversees this event has been meeting and putting together a plan for this year. They're looking forward to holding again either at Podorf, or they're looking at the idea of A&H Farms. And Tandy's on that committee, so I don't know, do you have any other thoughts?
Cost wise, it should come out about the same, the breakout session as it did last year. So even if we are lucky enough to have it at A&H Farms for something different, it will fit the budget.
I'll just kind of point out, there's been a clear demand for these type of activities from our survey results and everything like that. A lot of employees express, how they enjoy getting to meet coworkers, and especially from other departments, and getting to know each other that way.
I think having the variety where, Catherine, you and I played a game together last year where we could play a game, or we could sit on the sidelines and watch some other folks play. It's kind of nice to be able to build those relationships within people that maybe you don't get to visit with every day.
Yeah, I really like those dinosaurs too.
Yeah.
They're great.
Did you get the dinosaurs?
Yeah, that's it.
So a proposed budget is attached here. Let's see that. Based on 250 attendees, the cost per employee is $89.90. Again, I just kind of took it off of last year's employee count. That kind of varies a little bit, might be a little more, a little less, but just kind of that benchmark 250. The 2025 budget includes the speakers for the keynote and breakout sessions, the venue location, food, refreshments, service awards, and team building activities. And it is a little on the car, I noticed, or it was brought to my attention that the 25 there does stand the maximum cost for 2025, not 25 people. So the maximum cost for 2025 will be $22,475, which is included in the general fund approved budget for 2025. So with that, does commissioners have any questions?
Let's make an HR public service announcement. Lunch is actually not optional. You're not required to eat, but you have to stay on the premise because we get done at 4 o'clock and have a shorter day because lunch is included. So unless the commissioners want to change that, but that's kind of how the day has been planned. So I know someone will say, at the commission, they said,
Well, they have good lunch. over
yeah,
there.
great lunch, yeah, yeah. And we do have vegetarian options, and so, yeah.
They're a little slow.
Opening speech.
We've actually got a workaround, the committee had a little workaround on that, so.
Yeah. Fortunately, that conference falls in the same week.
I know,
I
I know.
can't do anything about it. What does all day refills mean?
On your soda pop and your.
Oh,
so yeah.
Okay.
It's actually a pretty big point of excitement for people, so.
You give them soda all day long, they participate really well.
Popcorn.
I think there's just some.
Yes. You give me popcorn too? Okay, I didn't.
And cookies, right? And that point.
And I know the committee's already been in touch, so that day's already kind of, I think they're kind of planning on it as far as AMC, so that's kind of been
Okay.
checked off the list, I guess, for the most part, so.
Motion for approval, commissioners?
Anything?
No, good.
I'll go ahead and approve the recommendation for the commissioners to approve the agenda outline and the budget for the 2025 Riley County Employee Day.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the agenda outline and budget for the 2025 Riley County Employee Day. All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
for all the work on that.
Yep, thanks for the work on that committee. Next, commissioner, no items for press conference. I have a little bit of break till Brittany at 9:40. Brittany and Elizabeth, sorry.
There's information on that properties one out there.
Oh.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly. We just want to have her access.
I thought that'd be interesting.
Bit of change.
Of course, yeah, but I thought if they wanted to get rid of it, if they're gonna let it sit there, maybe.
Oh.
I don't know. If they're gonna close it. I mean, it would be a good place. for them. Yeah, there's 17, there's a lot of buildings and.
Went out there. to look at the job.
And I don't, do they have like fallback visitors?
They were-
And so that should be easy.
We got.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
When he's, you hear shouting and yelling, because they were doing some. Police.
Did you? Okay. Thanks.
Police response, and they had
She
some
must have approved.
guys pinned in a room and there's,
Oh, really?
he's going, and not get out there, so people get, oh, no, back there.
Yeah, I did. I kept for John.
Fast to go where this job was. That's just, it's not real, it's under training, okay.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't let you walk out there.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I hope not. Yeah. It's really quite a crisis going on there. I mean,
Everything said it's supposed to be closed. And they closed down. We got closed now.
And
Yeah,
Everything said it was supposed to.
one
close.
of two of us.
Yeah,
Catch
so
it.
it's no closing now.
oh, I know, I remember they fired people. and like,
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
getting stuff, they were saying, like,
Yeah.
everybody's. So,
She's like, yeah. They thought
think, why did they have to do it here?
Yeah,
Spreadsheet, yeah.
3 days. Had help at the end of the month.
yeah. How do
Straight
you,
ahead.
how do you close out are just different size?
Yeah.
And that, I mean, those kids, 137 are big. They were in shock.
Yeah.
That spreadsheet.
Workforce is.
It's got to do.
But here's one stuff.
You take 24 minus 25, but then 24 is smaller.
I don't know, it's all crazy like that. In my daughter's office,
Like, is
they
it
fired just
Yeah.
about everybody.
Like,
but
they tried, yeah,
except for her. And then they hired a Becky's paralegal that she wanted to keep, and they finally said, well, she can't do it all, we need to have this paralegal back, so they hired her back. It was just like, but most of these people have gone on.
not just the I'm not the large day.
And so
It's heartless.
And it was crazy. Everything happens wrong, but only on the first page. The second and third pages work very well. Even formulas when you copy them. I know. It should say anything, but. Yeah, I mean, little things like that. Easy too, because like big important stuff is right, but the data is just. Yeah. You don't see. No, that I need better tone. On capacity to look 1600. I would say it's 4600, which is definitely not very well, but it's small trailer. And I don't change the body style. Yes. I also, I mean, I know in my.
I won't be at the law board meeting.
Yeah, it's nice.
Carrying the water.
Have enough. Do anything.
You have to vote on the budget still?
On your cards sometimes.
Yeah, it's a fine. No, I'm just saying, we don't have any kind of power. to do what we-
Not yet, you know.
No, I mean,
Not yet.
not yet. You don't have to.
I really liked it.
I don't think they can force us.
Well, but there's 4 people who are all for it already. Unless one of them changes their mind.
And I drove Jolene is a walking fast, so she stuck in there.
And she was like, this, you definitely have such a mom comprehensive. I'm like, yes, I'm like, there's pillows and blankets, make yourself comfortable.
Probably I'm stuck in somewhere, so.
Yeah.
You know,
I think there needs to be proof of authenticity with that.
You what?
it's one of the things.
Authenticity. From a legal perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Because Henry has a pet, like utility bag, it's just always, it's on the floor, so.
Yeah.
He just always.
Yeah,
I bought it for our Disney World trip.
they didn't give us a lot of time to make comment. I don't think our letter reached.
Actually use it that much.
Sooner.
So it just it's something that took up more space and now we just have them. So you have those lap things, it's hard on that.
And I've had one before that you could open up the store stuff, but it didn't really stay in there very good, so they had to be done, because we eat a lot, so we eat and then.
They don't want it.
Don't use it.
Then who went ahead and voted to put it on?
I just keep it in the car.
Well, sometimes those, if you don't, which isn't a good thing. Just if you don't know anything about something, you shouldn't vote for it. So I think that's probably what happened to the others. 2 county employees, they didn't realize.
We're working on it.
Except for one.
But from common store for Fox Taylor.
I think we have one and see if you can like it.
Or.
I mean, I like the concept. Kind of too, but it's.
Yeah.
He's been for it every.
Has he?
Yeah. I think people were approached it.
Yeah, those have. Sure.
And we didn't do that, which,
Campsite where people just pay to go party there. And stuff, but it was more expensive than us driving to the meeting.
the whole thing.
Tell her everyone's like. and so, There's kind of campsites all around. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Go to KI.
They still exist. I don't know. I mean, I always feel like everything that's themed or branded is like, just, you're just paying extra for that Disney.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I don't know, kind of.
We didn't want to stay on site.
Yeah.
That's why.
Cool.
So this is it, we've already started.
Which we already discussed.
I guess we have, I think, side today.
I'm not going to. I'm not gonna ram
Yeah,
that.
those colors for new employees.
What's the best paper?
How about for steps?
That's what it's for.
Say
Cola and then merit separate.
unlimited express passes.
That's not how it's listed.
Go through with as many times as you want.
And new positions.
That's better. Yeah.
I'm trying to understand this next presentation. Are we going through new positions again?
No, these are the two.
No, you're fine. So we're gonna talk about just the impact of COLA, and then we just really wanted to kind of bring up the positions again to have it in your.
Dollar impact.
Yeah, the dollar impact, and then as we work through budgets, which will be in the next couple of weeks, we'll have all of that in there too, so you can see the total impact.
So our personnel budgets didn't have either of these in it. And so these would be any additional costs that would affect personnel on anything
Right.
that you approve.
But they wouldn't get.
Well, usually we talk about COLA first and then we talk about,
We looked back and we've done it both ways. We've done it with this combined and we've done it with COLA separate, and we just,
this year you did both.
yeah, which we've done in the past too, but we thought, okay, these are the things that could impact personnel. We can separate them if you prefer, but none of this is approved, obviously.
I mean, personally, I'd rather have both discussions after we have all of our actual numbers, then we could input. I'm knowing the knowledge up front, I guess, is one thing, but
Well, and that's our thought, knowing the knowledge, knowing what it is, and then these will be then part of all of your work sessions. So that number for COLA will be in that work session that when you guys have those and you can determine the impact there.
So you're saying new positions would get COLA?
No,
Okay.
well, yes, that the entire, yes, COLA, not merit. New position, the entire pay scale moves to the right when you do cost of living. And so if 25 is $20 per hour, then 26 is whatever 2.7% is, $21 per hour. Yeah, all of the positions slide to whatever percent that you approve.
Hey, Catherine, what you may be thinking of is the merit. If you're not here for, was it 6 months, I think?
Yeah,
Then you would not be eligible for merit.
yeah. So the person getting the job would not get merit. They would be starting like if you approve any position in January.
Yeah.
So they would not get a merit increase until the following year. But all positions, that's the cost of living is what keeps us competitive on like regional scale. And so that's what we're saying, that the CPIU has moved. And so whether or not you're hiring an attorney or you're hiring a custodian or anything in between, that pay would be adjusted by whatever cost of living adjustment you would approve.
And that isn't done when you're hiring them, you give them.
It's the job, it's the position, so it would be what we advertise as the position rate of pay. And so the entire pay scale would be adjusted to
So
whatever percent.
when they start in January 26th, like we already have the pay scale set for the year. So that way, any new employee, like new position is starting on that same pay scale versus having them start on a 2025 pay scale, because then they would be different than everybody else. They wouldn't be on the same pay scale.
So every custodial position has the same range, pay range. And then depending on their years of experience, the person in the job, that's where they get their set pay rate. Yeah. And I guess, John, to your point, each of these will be discussed individually in your work sessions.
right.
This is basically telling you, this is the total impact of COLA at this rate, and this is the total impact of the requested positions. And then-
Positions actually plus, will be plus the COLA. Right.
That they include COLA.
They include COLA.
So if you don't approve COLA, it'll be a lesser number.
It's worst case scenario.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
the
so this-
maximum.
It's
New
worst
position,
case
that's what I
scenario.
wasn't clear. New position requests include the COLA in it.
They do, because it's the max dollar amount that we could affect the budget, yes. So if
Okay,
you,
that
yes,
makes it clear.
okay, and I'm sorry, I guess I didn't understand the difference of question you were asking, so.
The COLA is organizational. It's
Yes.
an organizational pay chart. The merit is the individual part.
Yeah.
Not everyone does get a merit if they don't get a successful evaluation.
Yeah, Greg, to your
But
point,
they
if
would still
some,
get COLA.
if some portion of COLA or all of COLA is not approved, that will decrease the the pot cost for the new positions as well. Yeah. And we'll just have to adjust that as you guys go through the work sessions.
And that will be after you see our final numbers.
Yeah, you'll be seeing, in all those work sessions, you'll be seeing final numbers and then you'll make decisions and we'll make the adjustment.
And that was my point. It's hard to get all this information up front when you don't have that information to
Yeah, it
really,
is, yeah.
because right now I look at this and I think that's an addition of about $1.5 million, basically.
Yeah.
But then in the past, and I know like Commissioner McKinley's been working hard on getting budget numbers, because a lot of times when you're on the law board, the commission likes to have a fuller picture here of what expenditures are gonna be, so they can kind of in their mind, well, what am I gonna have to give everyone else, including pay raises? Plus, when extension comes in, when the commissioners had that picture and knew it was gonna be bleak, they said, no extension, because we gotta do the extension thing so early, no extension, go back to the drawing board. So one commissioner may not want it, but generally in the past, commissioners want as much information as early as possible, because those earlier decisions on law board and with extension.
It's similar to just the budget presentations. Each department does their budget. COLA, this is a presentation and then.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand.
Yeah. We're definitely not asking you to make a decision. I think it has to be on part of the whole.
Good.
But get direction. If you want us to do something different, we can do
I'll
that.
discuss this over the noon hour, but I have a real concern that I don't think revenues are gonna move out in front of cost.
No, my
Yeah.
spring meeting too, but we need to go back. Unless something's changed, revenues haven't gone up much, but costs have gone up 7%.
Yeah, on average.
No, I look, I've got those total numbers for already. Doesn't look good.
We haven't had any growth for many years.
We get it all stolen from us. We get the rug taken out from underneath us every chance everybody gets.
Mhm.
And I wonder why we're so mindful of that.
People don't understand, you know, everybody I talk to talk about taxes. I said, do you know what our exemptions are in this county, and other counties don't have exemptions? Not all of them.
Hey, Amy, how you doing?
Good, and you?
Good, good.
There's a lot of activity going on down
Yeah,
there
there
this
is.
morning.
Yes.
Tis the season.
I guess.
And still
But
better.
we've already discussed it. We officially discussed. it.
Yeah, that's,
Recap.
Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer, here to present just our COLA number for 2026. So obviously we use the cost of COLA. We get this calculated by the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, CPIU, which as of the end of December, it came out to 2.7%. Based on this percentage, HR and myself went through each department and we calculated how much that would impact. And the total financial impact is $743,526 if approved. This number obviously includes health department, community corrections, fire, and solid waste. We highlight those just because they're separate from the general fund. And there used to be a big question, like if these numbers are included, if you know they're also getting the COLA increase. And I know you guys have worked really, really hard in making sure that their pay is reflected as well. So any questions on that? And then of course, we also included just a summary of the new positions that have been requested for the 2026 budget. We really just wanted to kind of keep this in your mind as we're going through, because it's been a month, maybe longer, since you heard these positions as well. So we just had this included to show you the total dollar impact for all the new requests. So between this and CPIU, it's a little over $1 million.
And we just mentioned for the record that that includes COLA if approved.
So these, I do have it listed in here, the cost of wages on this, of all these new new positions, sorry, reflects the pay scale shift if COLA is approved. So that's something we calculate pretty early on. And Elizabeth and I actually have separate spreadsheets. And then we go back and compare and, you know, we find errors on each other and we fix them and keep going. So.
And then do you want to discuss our intention to include that on the worksheets and if that's what they
Yeah,
want to do?
yeah. So on the budget development worksheets, of course, you know, we always include cost of COLA impact on there. We also have a line for new and expanded positions. Those will all be on there. And we'll have this, all of the new positions in all of our presentations too. So similar, I remember when I came on in 23, we had like a long day of all the new positions and everything. We'll kind of have that same setup, I think. That way you can see each position. And if you have questions for those directors, you can ask them while we work through our budget work sessions.
So do you have that scheduled?
I do not have work sessions scheduled yet. I haven't gotten the values yet. So once I get that,
Okay.
and I'm still working through the spreadsheet, making sure every single number matches and all formulas are correct. That's a big piece. And so just going through and highlighting every single number and making sure it's correct.
They basically have to be certified by the 15th, but that's on a Sunday, so I'm assuming that jumps to the next business day,
15th of what?
June. That'll probably be next week.
Okay, so that's what I was gonna say. The end of this week, next week, we'll have the.
Yes.
Should have them
We
by
should have valuation.
Monday at noon, somewhere in there.
Well, we have them, but we still got balancing to do,
Right.
commissioners, after we
Right.
get stuff from the state,
Right.
so there's a process to go through, so
Yes.
yeah.
So probably Thursday.
Middle
week.
to end of next week.
Mhm.
I won't be here.
But we usually wait that second to last week in there, somewhere in there, and then anyway, so.
Yeah, Catherine, what days are you gone?
15th through the 22nd, which is a Sunday to Sunday, but yeah.
Okay. No, that's very helpful, just so I know not to schedule on those days when you're gone. So,
Okay, that'd be good.
are either of you two going to be out at all as well? Okay, great.
Depends on what day you schedule.
I might be giving me those.
I'll ask Cindy not to reflect it on the agenda.
Yeah, we should be good.
Just kidding.
Then we have the one day off next week, which,
The 19th, yeah.
Well, that's true. We only have one day next.
yeah, one day
anyway.
next week, which maybe we have to schedule a special session or something.
I think.
So we
yeah.
have plenty of time.
That's the one
We
good
have
thing
to
with the
find-
R&R is
we have
it
to
stretches
call
out
this,
another.
We have
Yeah.
to be.
What's the end date that we have? to get
It's,
finalized?
well,
October
we have to
1st.
certify July 20th to the county clerk, I believe, of if we're gonna exceed R&R. And then we have, yes, until, you know, October 1st to
Oh, okay.
submit to the
Okay.
full budget. So
That's actually one of the silver linings of that R&R, because it used to be September 1st, so.
Yeah,
but
okay.
it also depends if we exceed R&R or if we don't. So if we don't exceed R&R, which I don't know if that will be the case this year, but if we don't exceed R&R, then that moves the timeline up because we'll have to certify by August 20. Well, I think they extended that timeline this year too. So
Okay.
And extending deadlines while you think it's a silver lining may help you budgetarily. It doesn't help you tax roll side. On
No,
getting it
that-
prepared and
this
getting
is
it
very
out.
true.
So
This is true. Thankfully, the state's still paying for that side, though, but it's still all tax dollars, so it's the way I look at it. But
Comes from the same pool.
it does, it just comes from somebody else. And realistically, nobody's still understanding those sheets anyway, so.
and they change every year. So you know
I did.
they changed again this year.
What did they?
I try to make them more perfect every year.
Are there any questions?
Keep us on our toes.
Aye.
Keep it changing just to see if we're paying attention.
Yeah.
Apparently.
any questions, commissioners?
No.
Additional questions?
No.
Is there anything you would like to see differently, like moving forward? I know you guys were talking about that a little bit before I actually started, but like how you would like it better, different next year?
You know, it'd be nice to maybe see the difference between the two of the addition to COLA and then not the addition of COLA, just for general transparency purposes, but that's a
Total
lot.
budget.
Right, you know, where it shows it with it and then without it, but I know that's a hell of a lot of extra work, so.
Okay, next commissioner, you have Mr. Hanson at 10 o'clock.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, whew, even at 2.7, that's $750,000. I mean,
Yeah. It's a lot.
mhm, pretty much.
What was it last
Yeah, it was
year?
a little bit, but the percentage was higher. It was in the threes or something, if I remember right. What was
3.8.
last year's?
3.8.
Yeah.
It's come down some.
Percentage down.
So it's 878,000. 848.
Well, our CPD was at 2.5. They said they're very high number.
That was 4.5, and then they added the extra.
It was 827 with TIF included.
Okay.
No, that was a budget increase. I think the COLA was 2.
Plus the salaries, the last quarter segment of that salaries survey. I don't know what that is off the top of my head.
And I'd give the numbers. Rough numbers for the RCD to put into her list. Maybe finalize them
Right.
till next week, I guess, but. It was my best guess, because we got a whole string of numbers from them. It's my best guess.
I am trying to remember, does the north and south end redevelopment TIF start this year or 27?
Question I can answer.
Okay.
No, so
I think it started in 06, so I think this is the last year, the year number 20, and then
I think that's correct.
next year it comes
Next
online.
year, they'll come back online.
I do think the Civics Plus TIF comes online this year too.
Remind the board to anticipate a significant increase in the RCPD budget because now we're gonna have to account for inmate housing
Yeah.
offsite. So
And the discussion is that ADP number isn't gonna come down.
Oh, and while we're talking about budgets, so that can just really quick.
So Commissioner McKinley had actually come to me a couple weeks ago to discuss juvenile detention center, and when I had presented my budget to all of you, I had lowered that number, but after speaking with Commissioner McKinley, I did go ahead and put it back up to 120,000, which is the same as what we budgeted for 2025. So it's not an increase, but it does just help us kind of reflect because they've seen an increase in juvenile intake over there. And so, for specifically for Riley County. So just want to make sure that we're not shorting ourselves next year.
It's been a big increase this year, but they budget on a 5-year, well, but that, because then we get it's budgeted on a 5-year average with the last 2 or 3 years, ours it's a jump considerably. So, and we have to pay the difference at the end of the year.
Excuse me.
Is that right?
So we're paying for it one way or the other, whether we
Yeah.
budget it up front or pay it
Yeah.
the difference at the end.
Right.
But like I say, right, what was this year? We've already used up what, 80% of our budget?
Yeah, quite a bit. And I know for like 24, we've spent over $90,000 just in, that department within our budget alone. So.
One of the areas that I think a lot of people don't understand, because here it's um, having good quality law enforcement is very desirable, like public safety, and people are understanding the increase in costs on that and what it does when you keep taking our revenue streams away from us to cover that.
Mhm.
We're discussing that later.
I know. But I'm gonna keep trying to pound that point home, because it's, say, when you do those surveys, everybody don't want to pay taxes, I got it, but still want quality education, still want quality law enforcement, EM, fire.
What don't you want?
Right, and that's gonna be my question from here on out, because we can't cover all of it. There's a
Talk
good
to your
article
state
in the
people.
Leavenworth Times written by non-elected official. I don't know, last week, I'll try to pull it up, but he was going through that very description of things. It was a citizen, it wasn't an elected official either. Obviously, somebody who's may have worked in the public sector at some point in time, but really kind of laid it out very well, so.
Greg, you said the developers sent you updated numbers for the RHID. Are they gonna bring updated numbers today?
See, I
Okay.
don't know, like they just sent me, I had a question about the numbers, and he said, oh, here's our new numbers, but after I spent a lot of time figuring, going through all the other ones.
They keep changing things.
No,
Are they gonna do 2-story or 1-story? 'Cause I heard a story that they're gonna do 1 and before it was 2. How are they gonna fit those on the lots?
Well, 'cause they're making them duplexes, so they'll put it.
Yeah, it's probably similar to my layout, I imagine.
But
which
they
is-
had duplex count 2 stories to start with.
No, not
no,
here.
there's
That
two
was the
separate
other one.
projects.
Yeah,
That was
little
different
kid-
project.
That's a different project.
The other one down.
Downtown here.
South of.
Okay.
Or yeah, the one downtown
Yeah.
was
Oh,
2
okay.
stories. This one's always been 1 story.
Oh, okay. Too many of them going on.
Well, they originally started off as 3 separate projects from 3 separate developers, and this one's turned into 3 separate applications from 1 singular developer, so.
You see,
Well, you can't,
preliminary stuff on the next 2 already.
Yeah,
you can't, even if you, I was looking for streets and when you expand that, you can't read it
of
on.
course I can't. Offer. Locked. That's okay.
do leather, we'd always wear boots, I learned that part of the way. It's a store. Yeah. A couple of years, not smart enough on that.
Thank you.
How you doing? All right, you? Good.
Sprinkled a few times.
Pretty bare bones in my area. What about you?
Yeah, maybe it's pouring in Chapman.
I know how for some reason I was looking at the weather and basically there was like a string of storms that happened right after Manhattan, basically.
Yeah.
And then just pushed west.
It was really interesting because it was so sunny and, you know, it was, I mean, it was super windy yesterday, so I assumed some storms were possibly coming. But it was like sunshine, clear skies, and then it was like dark and it just started pouring and like the thunder was so loud.
It started opposite here. It started off very, very dark in the morning, but it didn't. It sprinkled a few times and then it kind of rolled out about 11:30-ish in the morning.
Oh, man.
And it got cloudy again around 1:30-ish and then it opened back up and this is what you see.
Yeah. Well, and then I remember hearing thunder around like 5-ish.
Yeah.
You could hear it, but the clouds didn't.
It
look
was
like
off in the, you could tell it was off in the distance.
Yeah.
I think it like finally stopped in Chapman, like stopped raining completely around 5:15, 5:20.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, perfect. I can go back outside with a car seat in the car. You know, I was like, I'll go out. Don't want to get rained on.
No.
All right, I guess I backed them. And they had a damage. Oh.
But my husband was smoking grits, and so he was like, "No, that's raining." I mean, we have a covered awning like on our patio, so our smoker and stuff doesn't get wet when it's coming at an angle. But so he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go outside real quick."
They have a lot of guidance.
I think there was supposed to be some pretty severe stuff further south of us.
Well, they did down in Oklahoma. They had 5-inch hail, 90-mile-an-hour. Yeah.
The pictures from like Wichita flooding,
Uh-huh.
they weren't even doing any mail or anything. Like they stopped everything. So funny enough, like our pool went out at Chapman last like the Friday before, and so they ordered a part and it was stuck in Wichita, and they were like, we can't do anything, and so we think that somebody went down and
Just got it.
went down and they were like, we're not delivering.
I couldn't have just pushed it upstream. I mean, it's for a pool. I mean, it's gotta be waterproof.
Yeah, the cheese is, yeah.
It's really nice outside.
Yeah, it was a beautiful morning.
Yeah.
I'm worried that we're gonna have all these beautiful mornings and then it's gonna be like 80
Right.
degrees in the morning in September. I'm gonna be mad.
Tomorrow,
Okay, I thought it was one of these days.
tomorrow and Wednesday.
The last few years, it's already been in the upper 90s by now, so. Kind of. Not complaining, I'm just. I know we're gonna suffer later. I don't wanna sit at football games in 100-degree weather if I can help.
Oh, sometimes that happens.
I know,
Did you get season tickets?
I didn't. I'm just gonna buy them by game.
Mhm.
Fortunately, I think all the non-con games here are like 6 o'clock.
Oh.
Yeah,
I haven't looked at it.
at the home games?
Yeah. I think I saw, so one of them was in the afternoon, I thought.
Oh, that's the first one, yeah, the other two. Army
Coolest
and-
one.
Yeah, well, the Army game I know is at 6 and then the one after it is 2.
The nighttime ones can get really cold.
79 days. Starting the countdown.
Gonna be interesting.
Mhm. Sure.
Avery's no longer in the lavender Corvette.
No, he's got a
No?
black Mercedes.
Oh, goodness.
Grown up a little bit.
I'd rather have the Mercedes than the vet
And you
myself.
see, they sold the lavender one.
Mhm.
The doctor here in town.
Yep.
Do they sell it or do they lease it? I'd heard both.
They sold.
They sold it.
I think for him, it was just a lease.
Oh,
I mean,
maybe that's what
it sold for like 69,000 some.
It's about right.
It was all over Facebook.
Mhm.
That it was for sale and that somebody bought it. No, go ahead, Jacob.
All right, well, on to less interesting things, or actually, I would say very interesting. And the fact that we have an amendment to a service agreement with Prairie Paws today, and the purpose of that is really to reduce costs. You'll notice really in the fiscal impact here, we're gonna save about $22.50 per month and 27,000 per year by executing this amendment. Now I wasn't part of necessarily the discussions of why this was sought after, but I'm assuming it had relation to the proportion of services that we were providing or asking for. So we would just have to first ask that you guys sign this and save the county a little bit of money.
Question of timing on this. This is
Sure.
going towards the end of the year, whereas I do believe the original was like the end of February, beginning of March. So are
Mhm.
we,
So the
are we gonna, I mean, I guess we already technically have a gap because it already expired. So
right,
I
well,
guess my question is from here on out, when we're doing agreements, is it gonna just follow that yearly basis, January to end of December?
it should, because what, if you look at the amendment itself, it looks like it is backdated amendment dated June 9th, 2025. This parties enter agreement on June 17th. So we agree in terms of this agreement commences on the date of this amendment and remains through till December 31st. So it still is on that December 31st, 2025.
So we'll have to
cycle.
renegotiate based off of that January 1st time.
Yep.
Okay. Which isn't that long, if you think about it. Okay.
Well, it's a good adjustment. Will help us out.
Well, that's what we told them originally, said, we don't, county doesn't use it that much. We don't need to be paying that.
Which brings up the discussion of other issues that are gonna have to be steered into at some point in time. But anyway.
All right, well, any,
Yeah,
It's like a fund.
yeah,
We're
agreed,
saving,
yeah.
we're saving.
We are.
Okay, well, I would make a motion to approve the lease amendment as provided by Prairie Paws Animal Shelter.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the lease amendment as provided for Prairie Paws. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Actually, you have a minute?
Next, Commissioner, you have.
You got the-
Session at 10:10.
You got there.
I sure do.
I don't think all three of
My
us need to
little-
sign that, do we?
No, not on the amendment. No, it was, very on. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
You're gonna let me outside. Self. How's Michelle reading this morning? Monday, it is Monday.
I did calculus homework all weekend.
Oh, Lord, that sounds awful. Whoa. Calculus. Oops. I imagine obviously that's not for fun.
Go ahead and move that the county commissioners, including Chairman McKinley, Vice Chair Foki, and Commissioner Ford, Jacob Hansen, interim county counselor, attorney for the commissioners, and Michelle Reed, human resource manager, recessed into executive session on a performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act for the purpose of discussing the work conditions of employee and to protect the privacy of the employee, on the open meeting to resume in the commission chamber at 10:25 a.m.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded for the county commission to recess into executive session for reasons previously stated under the performance matter of non-elected personnel exception to Kansas Open Meeting Act. All in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead and move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded, the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
I will move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded, the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
I move that the county commissioners, including Chairman McKinley, Vice Chair Folke, and Commissioner Ford, with Jacob Hansen, interim county counselor, attorney for the commission, and Michelle Reed, human resource manager, recess into executive session on the performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, for the purpose of discussing the work conditions of an employee and to protect the privacy of the employee. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 10:45 a.m.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded for the county commission to recess into executive session. Reasons previously stated under the performance matter of non-elected personnel exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act. All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, meeting is live.
I'll move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
You want to second that?
Been, been moved and seconded, the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session, all in favor?
I'll also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded, the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with consensus reached in executive session, all in favor?
Aye. You able to get Catherine and so take care of it? Okay, fine. She responds.
And 50 commissioners.
Yeah.
You wanted, you would have 5 minutes for Jake. If you had anything pressing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me see real quick. I know I had the pending projects. I don't know if there's necessarily anything to update you guys on. You guys have pretty much heard everything that I work on pretty continuously. Let's see the project list on there. But I suppose while I'm up here, do you guys have any questions on anything that that my office is working on currently? No, not particularly. Okay.
Oh, did you?
Yep, I got a date saved.
Okay.
I assumed
I don't know if
an
that's
hour and a half.
I don't know, probably. I don't know if that's been 100% confirmed, so I'll get back.
Well, it'll be on the calendar till then.
Sounds good. That's okay. That's okay.
Great. Excellent.
Yeah. So I fixed the formulas and then I printed this off. And I at the top, it said comparison of 21 to 22 expenses. I was like, I can't win. I'm never gonna do it.
I need to find some new software or something. I'll add this to the.
I'll go that way. Yeah.
Log in again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's that?
see if I can get in. Here we go.
I just had to have IT help me resync everything with my phone. Didn't connect right on my computer over there.
Well, there's like 8 different steps to it now. It's not simple anymore.
Right.
Different
Yeah.
notification.
Gavin, you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right there. I see the minus sign. Hit the page. I would do the minus, well.
Hey, yeah, we'll let somebody. Okay, that'll work. Yeah. All right, commissioners, good morning. My name's Tyler Holloman. Appreciate the time to come back and speak with you guys again today. So again, my name is Tyler Holloman. I'm president of Frontier Development Group here in Manhattan, as well as one of the partners in the Manhattan Infill Housing Project, here with Gavin, who's a partner as well. Since this is a fairly complex project, what we thought we would do is kind of start high level, talk about the whole project. You know, what does Manhattan Infill Housing entail? You know, all three sites, talk about the entire project as a whole. And then I'll pass it off to Gavin, who will talk to you about the specifics and kind of drill down into the specific RHID request that you're looking at today. So the project overview, again, Manhattan Infill Housing aims to deliver 44 or will deliver 44 new homes to Manhattan right here in Riley County. 40 of those will be workforce housing units. So those will be designated as workforce housing homes. And 4 of those will be market rate homes. All told, for the workforce component, this is over a $15 million investment, which we believe is a pretty substantial investment in workforce housing. And we want to also prioritize, we are local firms, we're local developers. You know, we'll be using local contractors, local suppliers. These are all Manhattan-based companies. Manhattan-based, it's a Manhattan-based investment. And then finally, we do want to prioritize or emphasize that these are all in infill locations. So again, the total project covers 3 different sites. All 3 sites are in Manhattan. All 3 sites are in Riley County, and all 3 sites are on infill locations. So that means they're served by existing streets, served by existing infrastructure. And again, we're trying to prioritize that infill component and just utilizing underutilized areas of town. I know you've seen this before, but this is a map of Manhattan. So this is the 3 different sites that we've assembled. The site on the right here is adjacent to City Park, so kind of in Manhattan core. We have 6 units planned, 6 townhomes planned for this site. The RHID request that you're reviewing today is for this site up here in Northwest Manhattan. So this is along Little Kitten Avenue. This is the 26 duplex units that we'll talk about. And then the third site is what we call the LMV or the Lee Mill Village site. I do want to take just a quick moment because, again, I know this is a complex project. But I do want to emphasize that this is currently city owned. So advancing this project allows us to take a currently city owned tract and turn that back into housing for the community. And this specific site, due to an agreement that we have with the city, will not be an RHID. So the 12 homes that are planned for this Lee Mill Village site will become taxable immediately. It has been about a 2-year process for us to work with the city on replatting and just redesigning that site. It's a pretty challenging site. I'm pretty proud of the work that our team and the city staff and the civil engineers have done to make that site be able to be developed into housing. But again, that is the 3rd site of this 40-unit workforce housing project that we're advancing. And then finally, I know we've talked to you about this before, but Kansas Housing Resources Corporation did approve funding for this project for all 3 sites. We applied for and received the first moderate income housing grant and the first Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit award for the city of Manhattan. So that's $650,000 in moderate income housing grant dollars that are coming in, as well as another $1.2 million in housing investor tax credits. Now, those tax credits will have to sell so that the net benefit won't quite be that high. But again, we believe that's a pretty substantial number for us to be able to bring into our community. Frontier has used these funds in communities across the state, but we're pretty proud to be able to bring those right here into Manhattan to deliver workforce housing for the Manhattan community. Besides for the obvious economic impact that these funds will have, there's some additional benefits from Kansas Housing Resources funding.
One, they've looked at our full underwriting. They've determined that this meets workforce housing guidelines. They've determined, they've reviewed hundreds of pages of applications, very competitive process, before they awarded the funds to us and to Manhattan. But then additionally, all of the units that are funded with KHRC funding require land use restriction agreements to be signed. And what that means is we can't sell these to game day buyers. We can't sell these to households that don't qualify. We'll have to actually certify every household that buys a home and make sure that they fall within those guidelines. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Gavin to drill into some of the specifics of this request.
Hey, good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time. As Tyler mentioned, 3 separate sites. The particular RHID that we're looking at today is the Little Kitten Flats site. So located on infill sites right there on Little Kitten Avenue. One component that I think is really important about this particular infill site is that infrastructure has been there for quite some time. A real benefit to that is there's no specials remaining on these lots. So not only will these homes be workforce housing homes, and the cost of a home certainly matters, the real cost is what does it take to operate that home? What does it take to, pay for that home over the course of not just days, but years, but decades? And no specials on that, we feel, is a really big thing. 26 total duplexes will be built there. Total project budget is around $8.8 million. And the total RHID requested is $1.95 million over a 15-year period. Now, I want to point that is over a 15-year period. So the amount of money coming in is that is coming from tax dollars generated on that site and then paid back to us. So that's over a 15-year period, breaks down to about $130,000 per year in tax revenue generated from only our site back to us. So from a workforce housing shortage in Riley County and in Manhattan, this project doesn't only make sense, but it also makes dollars. I think that's an important component to this. So we had a financial analysis completed from Steve Robb with Municipal Consulting. He works with the city of Manhattan on projects like this, works with communities, counties, and cities all over the state of Kansas to put together an analysis to see if the projects make dollars for the counties and cities. What Steve Robb has determined is that there's about $118,000 in construction-related sales tax will be generated from this project. 70 that'll go to the city, about almost 50,000 to the county. In new household sales tax, this is an estimated figure of just over $1 million. Again, 750,000 of that's going to go to the city. About $300,000 of that is going to go to the county. 12 to 16 construction jobs will be created from this project. The net revenue, not the gross revenue, but the net revenue for the Riley County is estimated to be $955,000 over the 25-year period. A lot of these projects, you look at a 25-year period because that's what the total RHID time period is, or could be. In our particular case, it's going to be 15 years. 25 years is the maximum. So that's how a lot of these RHIDs get evaluated. And then this last point that I think is an important point is since these lots were platted 37 years ago, nothing has been placed on these lots. They have generated a total, this is a total amount of $240,000 in property tax, these lots over the 37-year period. And by not vetoing this project or by advancing this project, the next 37 years is estimated to generate $5.3 million in property taxes. That also does not include any inflation. This slide, I think maybe the most important slide. There's been a lot of questions and there's been comments of why does it cost so much to build a house? Where are the dollars going? So we just wanted to put it right out there and just kind of go through this line item by line item. So this is for a single one of the duplexes. So we're building 26 of these, but I thought it made more sense to break it down on a per unit basis. The lot purchase is about $40,000. Construction estimates is about $175 a foot, which equates to $262,000. You can see the architects, the utility hookups, and so forth and so on. That total to build one unit to market is $344,000. We've consulted with both BHS Construction, the estimators, as well as Frontier Construction to get 2 sets of estimates, both of which have said these estimates are very much in line and what the market rate for construction on a home like this is going for. So $344,000 to build one of these homes. We're getting $44,000 per unit in grant subsidy, meaning that the total cost to build after the grants have been received is $300,000. The sales price for these units are expected to be $318,000. But when you remove closing costs, so realtor transactions, as well as the interest costs associated with borrowings from the bank, you wind up with a net sales proceeds of about $280,000. As you can see, if they cost $300 to build after the grants have been received, and we sell them for $280, there's a loss of about $22,000 per unit. That's why we're here today. We're here to use this RHID program to help bridge that gap and help make this project financially feasible. So the net present value of RHID proceeds on each home is about $45,000 per home. So I hope this kind of makes sense. There's a lot of numbers, there's a lot of moving parts, but what that breaks down to, a question that was asked is, how much money are you guys making off of a project like this? And as you can see, the developer's estimated profit's about 10%. That's a very common profit margin for a development like this. So I just wanted to put it out there. Transparency, I think, is very important. And we just wanted to show you where each of those dollars are going. And then finally, just the community support. You guys may have just seen the school district decided to pass this RHID and gain approval of it in a vote of 6-1. The City of Manhattan City Commission has voted 5-0 to support this project as well. I have several other entities on this slide that have shown support for this project, whether it be public entities like the State of Kansas Department of Commerce, whether it be Kansas State University, or I put some large employers in the Manhattan region that a lot of those folks live in Riley County. So Manco Windows, for instance, might be in Pot County, but they have hundreds of employees, many of which live in Riley County, and this affects them. Having housing and suitable housing for these large area employers is a big deal. So we're really proud of the community support that has been thrown behind our RHID project.
I think that summarizes it pretty well. Again, we appreciate you guys' time just to be able to come and allow us to present. We know that this is a complex and nuanced project. So Gavin and I are both, excited for the opportunity to continue to advance the conversations. And as you can see, there's been a lot of coordination. There's been hundreds of hours that we've spent working on this. And so we're excited to be close to the finish line to be able to deliver what we believe will be a really impactful project right here in Manhattan. I would welcome any feedback or any questions you guys have.
Well, what's one of the major complaints in Manhattan overall from the people? Is it housing? There's a few people, but property taxes, everyone complains about them. And your answer is to give 26 family 15 years of tax exemptions. Is that so the rest of us can all pay for their share?
Just to be clear, we're not giving 26 families a property tax exemption. Those 26 families still pay property taxes.
No, they're paying to you.
Yeah, but they pay their property.
They're paying to you. They're not getting a discount, but the rest of the county and the city still pay for them. And they're going to be using, I'm assuming, since they have garages, they're going to have cars. They'll need to register them here. They'll be driving the streets. They'll be using the parks. They'll be using the city fire, expecting to be covered by the city fire department and the police department and ambulance service. So we still furnish a lot of services, but they aren't going to pay them for them. Everybody else gets to pay their share.
Yeah, I think just a couple points I would make and appreciate that outlook. But again, this is infill development. I think that's a big distinction between greenfield and infill. So the existing infrastructure is already in place. So the incremental cost to the county for us to deliver this is lower in an infill development. I think the additional point on this is that there are 12 units at the Lee Mill Village site that are going to become taxable immediately.
We're only talking one right now.
Right, and that's why we talked about.
Don't talk about the others. We talk about this one. This is what you're talking to us about.
And Greg, I think another way that we like to look at this, and this is why we had the third-party analysis done, is to really look at it over a 25-year period. And that helps show sometimes, I believe it makes sense to zoom out and say, okay, over a 25-year period or a 37-year period, like the last 37 years, these lots basically made negligible property tax, $240,000. So if you look at it over a time period, you can see there's a big net benefit to the county, and they're going to make a significant amount of property taxes that currently aren't being made and wouldn't be made without this project. So, I really view it, or we would really view it as an investment into Riley County to allow these homes to be built where they can receive lots of dollars of property taxes to the tune of, net revenue of about $955,000.
And.
Yeah, it takes some time.
Yeah, the first, but what, and that's why you did the analysis for 25 and 37, because we're talking about 15 years. What happens the next 15 years?
Well,
Is what's concerned. That's what's concerned.
yeah, and
That's where everybody, we all get to pay their property taxes.
yeah. Commissioner Bill?
Well, how often are those townhouses going to turn over? And this was a question I presented to the task force. Nobody's going to keep their home usually in this price range for more than 5 years. So when those houses turn over, they're going to make profit on it. Can't they at that point go back on the tax roll? When they sell?
I can't speak to the time frame which these owners will keep their homes. I mean, I think it's possible, and that's why we're excited to bring this product to market, a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home that people can hopefully start a family and live in it for a lot longer time period. So that's a piece of it for sure. As far as the mechanics of the RHID, once you establish that time period's then set.
Okay.
So
So
we
they'll
could-
never pay taxes for, basically, property taxes for 15 years, that unit then. you're
Well,
saying.
they'll pay the property taxes for the 15 years. Every year,
Yeah,
those
they're
property
gonna pay
taxes
you.
are paid.
They pay you.
They're gonna pay
Yeah.
you, not property taxes. I'm trying to hide it there, but.
Well,
They don't get a benefit of that, except they're getting a house for much less than it costs to build.
Yes.
And when they sell it, do you think they're gonna sell it at a discount?
That's a good question. I'm
Yeah.
glad we're talking about this. We're not selling these homes below market rate. We're selling these at market rate. So the reason none of these homes, this inventory, are being built is because you can't make any money on it. You would lose money to build this product. The market won't bear paying $375,000 or $380,000 for this product. The market won't bear that. What the market will bear, and what Tyler and I are, risking a lot of financial capital on, is that the market can bear $318,000. If you look at the comps that are out there, this is where a market rate will sell. So they can't turn around and sell this house and make a big profit because the market won't bear $380,000 or $70,000 for this home. So these homes aren't being built. So we're trying to inject 40 new homes at this price point into the market.
Well, and you keep calling it workforce housing, and I've got this sheet, which was the Manhattan housing market analysis from a couple of years ago. And the 318,000 you're talking about puts it at the top 20%, so that we're paying, it's the top 20% of income owners are going to be who's be able to afford this. How's that workforce housing?
Has to be updated every year.
Yeah, I think if you grab that study from when it was initially done, that would have outdated data. So what we
It's only
use
2
is
years
today's.
old.
Yeah, what we use is today's data. Again,
It's
that
only-
meets the workforce housing definition according to the city and according to Kansas Housing Resources.
Yeah, we don't make that definition of workforce housing. We're using what the state, Kansas Housing Resources Corp, defines workforce housing, as well as the city of Manhattan.
Like I said, it comes to, well, there's some other problems we'll get to on the next pages, but property taxes or everyone else is getting paid for. And notice your support. What is the city of Manhattan, 383, Meadowlark, and Kansas State? What do all they have in common?
they don't pay tax.
They don't pay property taxes. So what do they care? Doesn't hurt them.
And if I may point out one thing, just while we're talking about specific numbers, I mean, we've gone through and looked at kind of and it's an estimate because we can't really look at the next 15 years specifically. So we're using current methodology, but for the county, not having those property taxes online for the specific project costs us about just a little under $1.4 million using current methodology. It's going to be a little bit more than that. Some of the other numbers will be a little bit more than that over that course of time too, more than likely, but those are resources that we need to be able to have in place now to take care of law enforcement, EM, elections,
Great.
all the other services that we provide that everybody deems necessary and wants provided. And we lose out on that. We're already losing nearly 41% just on the real estate side already.
Commissioner Ford, that's a great point. I want to, but I think there's an important piece that needs to be recognized. The county won't miss out on those because without this program, it won't happen. So you're not foregoing that revenue that you would have received. So you're not saying, you know, we can't think about it, at least from my perspective, is we're giving up that revenue. That revenue won't exist without this project. So there's
Nothing will come online for us until, I don't know specifically if it's 26 or 27. We're working off the timeline, but we're looking at 2041, 2042.
yeah, 50.
No, I'm gonna be an old man then. I mean, seriously.
But yeah, so they've sat undeveloped for 37 years. And so, you know,
What is the reason for that? Why have they not been developed? Is
Yeah.
it the cost of the land or what?
it's the cost of the land and the cost of construction to build a product like this. So that's exactly right. I mean, if we go back to this page here, you can, you know, when you have to spend to build, basically you want to maximize the lot. And these are duplex lots. So to maximize the lot, you can build a 1,500 square foot house, give or take.
Yeah.
So it's going to cost $344,000 to build that. And so you have to sell it then on top by closing costs and interest. You have to sell that duplex, that single family attached duplex for $390,000, $400,000 to make a profit. So it just can't get developed at that rate. The market won't absorb that high of a cost. So luckily we have the state of Kansas that's partnered with us to give us some dollars to bring that cost down. And then this RHID program further allows us to bring that down to what we feel is the market rate. So then we can build these things, sell them, get people into homes in these workforce homes.
So, jumping ahead for my list, but you're paying $40,000 for a lot, which said they've listed and nobody wants to buy them because they can't afford to build on them. So they're overpriced. But you're going to pay full price to bail out the property owner.
Yeah, there's a couple ways to look at that, but I think the big thing to keep in mind is that property owner has paid off the specials. So these lots, he's completely paid off all of the specials.
If they were that good of a deal, someone else would have bought it and built in almost 40 years. Someone else thought it was worth the money. They would have done it. Obviously, they're overpriced, or someone else would have bought them.
Sure,
But
and
you're going to go ahead and pay full price.
I can't speak to what happened, you know, in the past 40 years, but what I can say is he's paid off those specials. So once something is developed at this point, there's no additional specials on those lots.
Again, though, why are you paying him? You're bailing them out. Because nobody that builds houses thought it was worth it to pay that much for that lot. But you are.
Yeah, and again, Gavin and I are looking at infill locations. So there's been several studies that have been done that have said prioritize infill. So we view this as an opportunity to not take a cornfield and turn it into housing, but to activate existing lots that are within the city that are already served by infrastructure.
Well, why not pay $17,000, which is the estimated value of them?
I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
The seller won't,
Well-
he's not going to sell that for 17,000. But if
Well,
we
why
could,
are
we
you
would
paying-
certainly love to do
but-
that.
So you're bailing out the owner.
Yeah, I certainly don't look at it as we're bailing out the owner, but
Well, they've had it for a long time and you can't sell.
this is an owner, and we don't have to get into specifics of that owner, but this has been unproductive land from a county and city perspective for 37 years. So I guess I just want to kind of zoom back up to the fact that we take unproductive land that's not making the county or the city almost anything. By utilizing this program and partnering with other entities, we can make it productive for everybody. The county over a 25-year period makes significantly more income, as does the city. So it's really a win-win-win is how we see this when you look at the project as a total, because like I said, right now, and without this project, this land just
That's what I'm
continues to
talking
sit.
about. I'm talking about why are you overpaying for the lots?
And we don't see it that way, but we can agree to disagree on that, sir.
Well, I can jump back to one others on your previous one. You talked about that 25-year instead of 15-year return. And it isn't on your lot here, but this one that you originally gave me, that I originally got this, had it broken down. First item is sales tax from construction labor, sales tax from construction materials. There's no sales tax on labor on new construction. Correct? I assume you guys know how to do. I only did it for 40 years.
Yeah.
So the numbers that we're using today are all the numbers that have been prepared by the third party
Yeah,
financial.
prepared by the third party. His first list is sales tax from construction labor. There's no sales tax on construction labor on new houses.
And what
So-
document?
This one right here. That's what I asked you for last night, you ignored. Right there. So if the very first line is wrong, how much of the rest of it do I believe?
This is the.
Sales tax for construction, this came from you. This came from you. On your.
Commissioner McKinley, I think that's probably worth something talking to our bond council about. So if we can have an opportunity to follow up.
Fact, labor on new house construction is not taxed. So his first line in this thing is wrong. Where do I go from there? If the very first item is incorrect.
We'd be happy to look into that if that is in fact incorrect. But that, like I said, that was all done by a third party consultant.
Well, I'm questioning his abilities.
And if you have additional questions, we'd be happy to get those over to him and get those back to you. And that's why,
Okay,
again,
this
we
is
have
what I was
some of this in
asking you to put in
advance
your
if there was.
presentation today.
Sure.
I have a question on, I bring you back, on the infrastructure. Okay, there would be no way that there's infrastructure for each of those duplexes at this point, because probably there's water over there on Stony Brook that you would tap into. That's gonna cause a lot of street construction. And you know, where do you say that the infrastructure is already there, but it's not
That
in
is-
each lot?
That's a great question. So these were actually platted for the duplexes.
Yeah.
We've talked to Larson Construction about how to bore underneath the road to minimize road disruption. And we would work very closely with the city public works department to ensure that there's adequate taps. But so far, we have heard that there's adequate water and sewer service available to
You
those.
don't know that for sure.
We believe that it would be, and if it's not, we would work with the city to help make sure that it is adequate.
But then the taxes in the city go back to the regular taxpayers as far as doing the infrastructure.
I don't believe that there'd be any city infrastructure improvements that would be needed at this site, because the sewer and the water both run up and down the street.
On the other side.
Right, and so there'd be our cost to bore under the street for the water taps. So the sewer, I think the sewer's on the correct side. The water, we would bore under the street for.
And that's what goes in, Commissioner Folke, to the utility hookups. You can see, we've talked to contractors about what that would look like to tap into that infrastructure. It's about a little over $5,000 per unit.
Oh, is that, yeah, okay.
Have you looked into what you're boring into over there? Because I'm pretty certain there's a lot of rock, which would increase that cost pretty substantially.
And that's a great question as well. That would be our cost. So that'd be on the developer. Yep.
And where is that in here? That extra cost?
So right now it's in the utility hookup, but we also have a contingency line item for if we do hit a bunch of rock or if we have some unexpected costs. And some of that's the risk, again, that Gavin and I are taking as developers, as if we hit a bunch of snags, that's on us to deliver this housing.
At that price with
At
that.
Yep, at
That's
that
right.
price.
But you could go the extra contingency per lot. So
You build that in, yeah, that's very standard for any construction project, is you have some, what we call contingency, that things always come up in construction. And so you always want to make sure you have yourself a little bit of a slack. So, yep. Good questions.
Well, because I had another one of these sheets from earlier, last time you came. And last time you had the total cost for the house was $338,800, but that included the interest, which you're listing separate now.
No, that didn't include the interest on that last sheet, I don't think.
Can't even remember what the last story you told. interest. Borrowing and interest costs right there.
Yep. Then now I just
Okay.
move it down here. So
I
I didn't
know,
have it
but I'm just
twice.
saying, when you put that 23 up here, now you're at 378. Went up 23 and 68.
It
Went up 30,000 from here.
Well, it was 330, basically
338.
339, yeah, almost.
Well,
So now
339.
330.
But 340, the life got a 338 included interest costs. Now it doesn't. When you add those together now, you're at 368 and went up $30,000 from last time.
No,
After I questioned your numbers last time, it looks like you filled them in, to make it look better.
no, I mean, and what we're trying to continually do is update, our pro formas, try to make them easier to digest. This has gone through lots of different iterations, so we're continually working on it. I can go back, like I said, we've been working since November on different versions of this pro forma. We're always trying to provide you the most up-to-date ones. So that's why we put this up here to try to help, again, make sure we're all on the same page. We provided this a few days in advance to kind of show you, and so we could all hopefully get on the same page.
But again, you increased the housing cost, your expenses by 30,000 over last time. Or a few months ago.
Commissioner, what we may do is take a look at that and follow back up with you and try to determine where any differences may be. But
Well, you didn't have an overhead before. Your contingency was 3%. Now it's 5%. There's some other numbers that are brought in there. And again, you're overpaying for the lots.
Yeah, these pro formas, they evolve every month. We're
But
getting
if
updated
your
information.
cost went up 30,000 since a few months ago, you're still not asking for any more money? Just being nice?
We're trying to be as competitive as possible. Yeah.
Sound like the first numbers didn't work, so you got some new ones.
you guys have any other questions we can answer?
Because again, I'd gone through these and I'd figured some stuff out, and then I found out yesterday, well, there's a new list of numbers.
Yeah, like I said, we were hoping for a productive conversation. So any questions you guys do have, it helps if we can see those in advance so we can do some research and get back educated answers to you. Because as Gavin mentioned, this is a moving target. There's a lot of moving parts involved in this project.
The only one, I have one more thing. On our policy that we've developed, you say up to 10-year tax abatement, but you're asking for a lot more than that. How do you justify going back? I mean, if we say this is our policy, you have to stick to it, then your numbers are still not going to work.
Yeah.
If I may. So when the policy was passed, Gavin and I were actually in the room, and that was one of our concerns. And somebody at the time mentioned, this is a policy, this is a framework, but you guys have the ability and the authority to deviate from that policy if certain things or certain items are met. And again, we do hit a lot of things in your policy: infill location, sites that are served by existing infrastructure. We are slightly outside of your 10-year period, but we're significantly under the allowable 25-year period. So Gavin and I looked at this and we said, okay, by statute, the state of Kansas has said, we want to see these things go. In fact, there's some folks in the room that helped create the RHID policy and the framework at the state. But Gavin and I said, okay, 25 years is allowable. We know you guys want to see 10. We want to be good stewards, and we're local here in Manhattan. We want to try to help and do as much as we can, whittle as we can to 10. And that's how we came to that 15-year period.
We recognize on any incentive package like this, there's going to be give and take. It's going to have to take everybody. It's going to be a partnership. We realize that. I mean, we understand that anytime there's any sort of incentive at all, that means the county or the city or the school district is giving something up. And so we recognize that. We truly view this as a partnership, and that's what it takes. To get this type of a project off the ground, it takes all of those people to support it in some form or fashion. So that's just really
The same money coming from the taxpayers, whether it's from the school board or us or the city, it's all
Shifting around and playing fiscal.
shifting it around.
Yeah.
We do a lot of it already, quite honestly.
Any other questions?
I think I'm good for now, yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Jacob, what's our time frame on this?
I believe on the 12th, we have scheduled to discuss this again, but we have 30 days from the date that they had the public hearing. Is it June 19th? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, June 19th. Next time.
Here on the 19th for the holiday.
Yeah, it's
Right.
a holiday.
So that's why we have it scheduled for the 12th to
Oh,
match
okay.
up for you guys.
Because I'm gonna be gone that next. Okay.
And so that'll be the time if we want to pass a resolution, that's when we pass the resolution.
What to consider.
Certainly is.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. Are you ever?
Dan, go up here,
Oh.
I can hear you.
Sorry.
Everyone, we're on online, can hear you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Jason Smith with the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. I just was curious, are you gonna have time to take testimony at any point on this or not? Just out of curiosity.
We already have.
Yeah.
Well, not on this particular issue, on this particular topic.
I don't see where we have time. I don't know.
So how would you recommend if we have members
We've
who?
heard a lot from you already.
Well, but I was specifically gonna respond to some things I heard today that I feel like aren't necessarily have the biggest picture involved. But
I haven't heard from the public on this. People who live in the neighborhood are public.
yeah, I've got like 900 members who have been talking to me and just expect to be able to have their points of view heard. I just wondered if that was gonna happen.
What do you think?
Well, it probably can't happen today, but I mean, that's why I asked that we put this towards the end of Thursday morning's meeting, because I don't think 20 minutes is gonna be long enough, obviously, so. Might be a good time to do that then.
Limited.
Limited or maybe schedule who was gonna speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can do that.
We do 3 minutes anyway, so that
Allow
means.
so many minutes.
Right.
Okay.
You could-
Different
instead of-
people.
Based on emails coming in, we could hear for hours and.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just
Not
wondered what the
interested in
plan
that.
was. Okay, thank you very much.
Can you structure that, Jacob?
Yeah.
Okay.
At the end of the day anyway, so.
Well, and that's the reason why, because I figured there would be questions and discussion and so on and so forth, so.
And commissioners, what I can do is just have kind of a statement of what to expect. Here's public comment session. Y'all get 3 minutes. Just kind of go over some of the
We
parameters.
do have a policy in
We do.
place for that.
Mhm.
It was developed during COVID, so you can look back through that.
Did you guys want to take specific individuals that request, or just want to open up and just have a certain time allotted? No. Okay.
I'll defer to the chair on that.
Well, I
one.
think, because I don't want to. Hear 3 minutes of the same thing from.
And it
30
donates in
people.
that policy that no overlaps on that.
Review that policy, Jake, which that's what talks about the 3 minutes, and then, not everyone coming up and saying the same thing. If that topic's already been covered, then address something else.
So if we did for 10 people at 3 minutes each, that would leave 30 minutes per time.
Yeah.
What we've done with public a lot of times say, well, if you have a group of people that think the same thing, have one spokesman.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, yep.
And that'd be sometime. I'm gonna say after 11:30-ish on Thursday.
This-
Side, and we
this
had
week-
that 11:20. I figured that's a 10-minute.
Talking about this week.
Yeah, on
Yeah,
Thursday.
this Thursday.
Yeah.
It's our only chance.
Yeah.
With holiday.
Right.
Remove my opioid discussion on Thursday, so.
What?
We can remove my opioid
Yeah,
discussion.
I
on
would do
Thursday,
that. Just
so,
move that.
Yeah.
Well, when you're
Another
moving
day.
the RHID was 20 minutes before, they're taking that out, so it's probably close to 11 o'clock to start.
Yeah.
I would think.
Okay.
Just move it.
Yeah.
It's not pressing.
Mhm.
Okay, Commissioners, next you have county officials lunch at 12.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we adjourn the June 9th meeting of the Riley County Commission after this afternoon, county officials luncheon.
Second that.
And been moved and seconded to adjourn the June 9th meeting of Riley County Commissioners after the county officials luncheon. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, no.
No, this first phase is 10 months and then, yeah, then
The whole
next
thing.
phase and.
Well, they were saying on the radio, they're gonna have widen the sidewalks on either side. I don't know where they're gonna get space to do that.
The city that has an ordinance or whatever. Any construction on the roads, anything like that, you have to widen the sidewalks in 5 feet.
Yeah, and I don't know, on some of those properties, that's not gonna get them a step back.
It changed the easement again. It's up. Yeah.
I have a question about.
That's the interesting thing there, because there's private and public easements along that corridor. It'll be interesting to see how that works.
That's part of the reason why we, that when against us. Turn down the.
The reason I ask is we're having. How are you prepared again here in August? Study that is, can we access Wi-Fi? A lot of the.
And everyone, the cameras and mics are live.
There, access it. Would that just be less put in?
Yeah, just letting
it
us know. A good spot for squatters.
Sure, yeah.
You'll find them sitting all around Waterfall. Watch them there. Fun special. Yeah. You probably have. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I suppose we do have a couple of. We were sent a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember who was working out there, there was 4 vehicles that had backed up. To the- And they had chargers.
I'm gonna take some home with me.
Yes, I do.
Take it with me to the doctor and wait in front of. Well, I'm gonna take them to the boxes with me because it says salad on this.
But my God, I mean, how's it working? What's going on?
Well, they've got there's a blessing box there, so the food. Yeah.
Right away, yeah.
I might have a little bit of a.
Come get you.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Right. Oh, that'd be fun, except for the waterfall.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, June, so if anybody won't turn it, you just can't finish June. That's the problem.
Having in this spring, yeah, halfway through.
Oh, yeah, I do have that option, don't I?
I know I needed to. Yeah.
Anna, there's no way to not get farms on all over.
I know, that's fine. I tried to be neat about it.
Like shred it and melt it either, that's the worst. part.
Nope, that's okay. I had to cut the pizza into more manageable slices, so. Like,
I'll go to New York.
I was there, but.
Right.
So I think that's.
Friday.
It's your first time.
Yeah, no, I've been-
Give me a list of things to do. That I can get out here.
They've got a complete itinerary for us.
Now, where are you going? Casey, or said,
Up in Ransom.
Good. Unfortunately, most of the museums and stuff outside of Smithsonian. Located.
And we did a couple things.
When I pulled up, just including, they were still sitting open.
And so you might be.
That RHID guys.
About good 20-25 minutes to get in.
I even walked around the block and I can't check and they were still there. So. I think I was knocking on a few doors in the neighborhood. So, yeah.
Where you staying?
I have no idea.
Where are you going?
Oh. Couple, I got family living right inside there.
Yeah, your family lives not close to where my daughter is. Yeah. She's in Barbersville, it's right. Well, it's not, it's about 30 minutes from Colton.
Yep.
She drives there to catch the train to see.
Every time they're working on bits and pieces of that train. Every time I'm there.
It's a sheep, because it's never on time.
I always get a new Uber. I don't.
Better get it. Yeah. When I was there last time. Did not understand why.
That's kind of what
Unleash.
I do this.
Rob? Yeah. Yeah. Just like, it was just like a holder, like a, like appreciate that. It was just carrying.
Very easy to take care of.
You don't gotta carry, you don't gotta carry feces back.
Yeah. That's true.
No.
No, wasn't on. I didn't find out.
We'll do some strange things in the cities, yeah.
Got some similar experience. on
Yeah.
Citizen.
Yeah, this was.
Yeah. I've only been once and
I was during spring break and it was right at the start of the Iraq war. It was not a real good time, you know.
It's good to have, it's like brand new.
They love when they show up. You know, so love when they leave.
Yesterday.
I had.
You're retired and quit. Are you moving? Like, it's
That's like, I don't know what, where it used to.
Great.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna do a class. They teach you how to do that.
There's plenty.
Captains are more. He has a lot of people in yours and so they send him to learn how to do that job. Your life's not over. He hasn't, you know, I mean, like.
She did. I'm really tracking the line.
Yeah.
It's like a golf course.
Check.
Oh, no.
Drivers. Luckily, the only thing they did, and this makes no sense.
Something out there.
School district.
Yeah.
So. Kind of like sponsors, but not really. It's world class. It's called the organization that they want people to go because students are going, but you have no responsibility.
People at work, you're like, he's like, that's not how I announced my departure, but.
My wife and her sister both use it, or they both have to be sponsors. That's a pretty good gig. Got our own room and they're paying for a night.
I mean, they're good.
We get back.
Didn't get a
I
question.
kind of just feel like, well, we'll take the money, you know, if we need it, we'll need it.
Like, is it's all set up for a tourist guide organization, it doesn't think about anything, it's all done. I think there meals, where we're going.
What happened to the, normally bus drivers stay.
That's a whole long story. She was actually the van. Bus left early. She brought the remaining kids on the van, and so she was the van driver. So whether she didn't lock the door or somebody else went to the van and didn't lock the door, she can't say for sure.
Any of our group could,
Breaking lines or something.
summer.
At Gage Park. Then when she called, speak of police, she just got answering.
They did not look like they were even bumped her.
So I.
Yeah. Well, if you've been around this course, you don't know.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
And so.
During that. Very loud sounds.
Should call PD, but here's the numbers. Sure. Sure.
So much fun.
And tons.
Everything.
Thankfully, I think we have a bunch more coming.
So it's like-
Sarcasm. So excited, like, good job.
You just need to keep pushing through and getting the same result. I mean, I don't.
Going into it first.
Wow.
It's not unusual, they'll, once they get a report, they got all, like, pass around the trash can.
Right.
So.
I'm not reading.
Somebody's gotta make the hard decisions.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the hard
He's away from
questions.
the teenager.
Yeah. Have you heard anything? The latest.
I'm driving
rumor right now.
Got it. It's
With some validity. We're talking about complete.
Live on school,
shutting.
that girlfriend on her or something. Drop her. At first.
The
curves are
Oh,
wide,
yeah.
really slow.
You know, it's bad. Never replaced the box.
Where it's right north of 24.
So I'm driving it, even. Not saying.
Imagine how he is now with the Mercedes. We don't need
Bad for David and David.
No, it's true. So.
There's, you know, 100 homes there.
Yeah, we've had that conversation.
It's not bad for us, because all of my volunteers live.
Some major.
Huge nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our main Casey, every time we.
And then.
All this, all the extended. All the way back.
We may have some.
Okay, so we watch it every Christmas. Tradition, Lord of the Rings.
We're not going to do
Tradition.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't take like.
I think Blue Township Fire.
We're best.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, nice.
Steve, why don't we get here?
Yeah, I mean, it's so much. If people, like, if Wesley leaves, that's fine.
For that station.
And just all the way through.
And not good for the public.
Wait, do you do the Hobbit too? Like, really everywhere? That's not even a question. We'll start there and then. I was in
Marketplace. Yeah.
the Amazon show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love it.
You saying something?
Did you watch the new, like the newest season?
Oh, no.
I don't know, last year. Yeah, on my birthday last year. That was my birthday.
That show.
It's the prequel to Lord of the Rings.
And I thought we were friends.
I mean,
Of course, you know, really.
I could not just sit there and watch. I could watch one of those extended cuts by my, in one sitting. That's a lot,
Well,
3+ hours.
If you know like the details of getting how it will read.
It does help.
Stuff, you know, you can really get into it a lot more. Maybe you can try to watch it, just watch it.
We did that with the Marvel first. We developed something, but multiverse. But I couldn't get into any of them. I'm like, I think this is silly. How does so-and-so knew so-and-so and blah, blah. So we went back and watched them all in chronological order. Now I get it because I get this.
That's true. Yeah, I've seen some of the.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're all over the place so far as release date.
Yes, for release dates, they're all over the place. You have to go like the actual storyline. But I think that's what I always feel like there's something historic here, references that I'm not getting. And there's things here.
Well, if you read the book too, very, the book, it makes a lot more sense too. As far as the topic goes, the first one, but I don't acknowledge that the other is.
It's not even in existence.
No, we're so far off the book, it's like.
Okay, so I can respect that, because I didn't read the books, so and I really want to, but I.
You got to, you watch that on.
You have to pay attention or else you miss details.
Yeah.
I know, I'm like good for next one. And then
That stuff for mindless entertainment. I don't look for all.
Yeah.
Like they do.
Songs.
Get involved. I couldn't like it.
That's because you gotta think it's your rent. Two,
Oh, I love the accountant. I want to see.
you
that.
counting two, sounds good.
Yeah, look at it.
Okay, but is that the brand new
You
one?
counting one, yeah, that's the brand new.
I would just say that, but I can't, I wouldn't have to.
Just watched it last.
It's fine.
My kids, so I have to like schedule. These.
I started watching it, but I'm so tired I didn't finish it. I can't watch it.
I got
So
you that
just
day
over
for
2
you.
hours, so. there's-
Yeah.
It's just short.
Very much. It's so big.
Thank you.
You get 2 tickets for that?
Oh, I did, oh, yeah. No, yeah.
If I was ever not in this profession, I would have gotten sleep.
Yeah, no, this was giving her that, or they, you know, you can't.
You're having more tequila.
They ask you if you've been drinking. They won't tattoo you, but yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some legal worries.
Mm-hmm.
The whole law thing.
We're gonna have to mush it up for everybody.
I told you.
Sleep on the table. Oh, you that in.
This room is ready on 100.
I think so, yeah, go ahead.
You know what?
Go ahead.
Like when we were out with the property the other day.
Yes.
Unreasonably hot. I think it's a good one. I guess I saw it. One black shoe. Okay.
I guess,
Ready to get started?
I guess you wish Catherine stepped away.
He'll do that.
She's on the phone, it sounds like.
Couple things we had on the list. With 26 budget, obviously that's coming up. Will say it's not looking good, right? It's the, and I've been going over with Brittany a few times already, and yes, she was brought it to us, but I was curious and outgo has gone way up and revenue hasn't. I don't know if anybody, I appreciate it, everybody go back and look again, see if there's some way to trim something, because it's looking the wrong way right now. And I know you don't put a whole lot of fluff in them, but you guys have overview budgets, and if there's any way to trim something, we'd appreciate it. Any comments?
I was just gonna say, it's not really of anything of anybody's here's fault. That's the real problem with it. It's that we're not growing. When you look at, let's just be real here. I mean, 98% of our actual operating and administrative and personnel budget is based off of property tax, and we get the rug pulled out from underneath us quite consistently. Anna can back me up on this, but roughly 41% of our real estate's untaxed. You probably witnessed this morning, that's a continuation. It's a process that everybody just wants to continue and continue, but yet they expect all of us, when I say us, I mostly include all of you, to provide those services at the highest of value and the highest of professionalism, but without the resources to accomplish it. We're gonna hit a threshold, if not this year, probably next year for sure, where it's just isn't gonna match up anymore. And I don't have a strategic answer for that, but you know, to me, it's, you know, some of those things that people hate and want and expect for quality of life aren't gonna be there anymore. That's just the reality. That's not us being mean as commissioners, or us being mean as staff. It's just the reality. Unless cost all of a sudden comes down, but I think we lived in that inflationary period where it all kind of balanced out, and we notice inflation isn't moving, but costs are moving for some specific reason. We all know the areas. I don't need to beat a dead horse. Exactly where we're at. And there's some areas that are suffering just a little bit more right now due to some other fluctuations and reasons. And yeah, it's not a pretty picture, right? Simplified that pretty well.
budget.
Yeah, I would hate to see having to cut programs. It may come to that, actually. It's pretty upsetting that everybody wants, the community wants more. But they don't want to give up anything. So it's just typical. All the complaints that I get are property tax complaints, simply. You all do a great job. I think we're pretty lean as it is. And so I really appreciate everything that you do, and you try to cut where you can.
I would have to caveat that, still speaking, most, looking through the budgets just overall, it wasn't alarmingly huge and generally speaking, so certainly appreciate that. I think we all know where we're at, particularly. And our costs are going up approximately 7 to 9% overall. Insurance is a big part of that, but our revenue stream, I don't even know where it's at. I'll estimate it's probably barely 3%. It just doesn't match up.
We like everybody's insurance budget keeping it higher. That's. Helps the corner, what it's doing right now. Everybody jumped like crazy this year. To go get this. I think that's a sign. Yeah, everybody wants more services and everybody wants a tax exemption for their stuff. Watch the fight. Had discussions outside after the left. Planning for the next for Thursday.
I'm gonna go knock on some doors.
We as department heads never do.
Yeah, you know, I know. Only in glowing terms, right?
Well, I think a lot of people don't recognize too, and I think it's just worth noting that those increase in costs, those increase in fees, insurance, commodities, software, services, we feel that pinch too. We're not immune to that. I think the interesting thing to point out is, particularly for taxpayers, they feel it on the personal end, but they're also picking up the difference on our end too. It's a double whammy for them. I think there's a group of people that doesn't really recognize the real true impact of that. And we're going to start to feel that moving forward. Once again, that's just the sad reality.
Next time, we have an employee day. We had a presentation from Steve and Steve and Candy Bay about what they're working on the plan for. It sounds like it's going to be another good day. I don't know if anybody, you are involved in that committee or not, but they're planning the afternoon, late afternoon. We had a game situation like last year. They said it probably either Potter or possibly out of A&H. But they're working hard and getting everything lined up. Gonna be at the MC again. I went well last year, so I assume it'll be going on. Are anybody having questions on that?
So we did want to talk about strategic planning at the employee. That will actually be roughly about a year after we did our initial process and had Shockey do their report and whatnot. So the group has been talking about basically having a session for strategic planning at Employee Day. Because I know I've had some folks ask me, what's going on with that? Because obviously all of us were pretty well involved in it, but there's a lot of people who are a little more on the periphery or maybe not fully aware of what we're doing. So just something we talked about, that it might be a good idea to have a session. And I can't remember if we landed on if it'll be like an everybody or an option or whatnot, but again, basically just update everybody what we've been working on over the last year, kind of, here's what you can expect, here's what, we some people are aware of what we're doing with it.
I think we kind of wanted to, I think that's not really supposed to be 2 points. I think it's strategic planning at employee day.
Okay, and I didn't
Yeah.
think, I didn't.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's how it got recorded. But I think we wanted to make sure that everybody was comfortable with that. I mean, it's not about making the employees promises of what you will do, but kind of updating on what you've done, what you're looking at, what might come with that. I think there's just a lot of questions about what is the result.
While I don't have a problem with that, I understand that. And I wanted to say first off, thanks to the committee, I think kind of pre-COVID, we were kind of programmed on how we went about those activities for, and I won't be there unfortunately again, because AUSA falls in the middle of that, but I guess you could beam me up, Scotty, or something, but I don't know if the world's ready for that yet or not, but you've gotten really creative and innovative on how to kind of recreate that in the aggregate. So I just wanted to say how appreciative I am of that, but we need to use some of our other tools to get that information out to employees if they're not aware of what we're doing. To discuss in real time what we're doing and how we're going about that. It'll be a short process. It's going to be a very long term, probably 3 to 5 year stretch. Maybe go all the way out to almost 8 years with this. Hopefully it doesn't take that long, but so use social media, use our newsletters, anything that we have internally, departmentally, get that information out so employees are as up to date as they can possibly be on what it is that we're working on and why we're doing it at this point in time as well.
Well, that's good to hear. That's what I think this committee really talked about. It's just employees understanding why and what the opportunity is. And I think
And the how as we develop that too. Yeah.
I think one point we talked about maybe a panel or like a little bit of a question answer.
Yeah, we talked about having Shockey Consulting come back and kind of help us with maybe a Q&A, or I guess we're gonna still.
Yeah, and it could be a panel people or a presentation or Q&A, but trying to really meet what it is the employee group wants to hear. So we want to make sure everybody here was comfortable with that. I think Diane Brett has not been at one of our employee days, so. Do you have any comments? What we might do?
I gotta say,
Jacob either, yeah.
groups already, including, finishing up with the EMS station and
Yes.
EM's move out of the building to start doing some things. Construction wise that it's got to start opening some eyes as to, we're making some progress.
Like I say, because we've got, plans for doing all those things. Everybody can't be expected to get a Taj Mahal like David.
Oh,
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Adam's complex. It is one and he has one.
Internally or both.
I think those are good points, because people know there's things moving, but not, like every employee doesn't necessarily know what's moving where and where they're gonna end up. So I think those are all part of that.
Well, and quite frankly, I don't either. I know there was a plan as detailed as we're kind of describing here, so yes, I would love to help. Yes, let's get into it.
That's just that there's not a plan far out. There's some short-term plans and then some concepts and theories.
Right.
Well, there's a lot of small individual steps that need to get to the larger steps, so everybody goes, oh, wow, this is really progressive.
Right.
Like a lot of things in our sector, it's slow and progressive in its own nature to get to. I can understand how that could be perplexed.
Can I suggest? We're talking.
Sorry, David.
My question is to you. I mean, would it be helpful if you have some sort of on there to show people, and here is, moving EM, emergency management out, and then we can move IT over here, and then once that happens, we're moving out, and we're moving this one here.
So what we're just saying is, and we're kind of echoing what Vivian said, I don't know that we have that. Like, we don't know that, so I was gonna see if maybe Amanda and Vivian would be able to, commissioners or whomever you suggest, to kind of get them like, here is what the plan is, so then we can start putting some communication tools.
We do kind of have that, because I presented, yeah, so I can,
I can help you with that.
I presented that to the commissioners, and then we have some direction on what the steps are.
Okay, cool. So that's the part we are, like, just like Vivian said, not clear on, so. No, we love the graphic idea, it's great. I think you would be wonderful to start putting that together. Time.
I think, I was thinking the same thing, but on the graphic, show your new facility, show the progress that's been made. That was the first
Yeah.
big step in this. We'll be impressed with what we're doing with that building.
Projections. I mean, there's pictures for.
Pictures are just amazing, and people will see actual progress. By then, you'll be in yours, we'll be well on the way on yours. And a lot of incremental steps to open up the next big thing.
Like windows in this building.
Which is a cool thing to say.
to go backtrack and look at what we did in elections last
I'm gonna start there.
Because realistically, if you've seen that compared to everything else, that's a wild moment.
Yeah.
So.
Especially for everyone that's in this building, they go up there and go, oh, this building can look like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a little cubby compared to what you've got. It's barely,
a second office out of
barely a storage closet.
It's actually the second corner office. Yeah.
Coming out of John's too.
Do that.
Easy, you approved it.
It said office space, it didn't say for Zoom.
I think like kind of culminating of like, hey, this is where we see it going as well. I don't think most employees know, like you're talking about putting these little things so we can get to the next big thing. And I think it's all just a really cool part to share with our employees.
Yeah.
Does everybody, the employees are reading out the word out of here in this month?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I sent it to all employees, but they're still.
it's been years in June.
Yeah.
June 30th. Be someplace at the health department. I'm not exactly I don't exactly remember. Is it that west end over there?
Lower West End.
Yeah, that conference center down there, that galley.
It'd be a good thing to keep, like have this group keep telling their employees, because people forget, it just habit that it's over here.
Well, in the public too, because we
I was gonna say, we could have some kind of public announcement so people will come in here if they want to come to our meetings.
Outfit here.
That constant.
You know, set a Zoom station.
Yeah, you can just sit here and watch it, yeah.
That and constant reminders that this room is available for blood drive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Election training. Election night.
Well, where are the blood drives gonna go? Have you thought? Could they go in the health department somewhere?
We already have some at the health department.
I know her email is referring them downtown.
Right.
That's where the donor.
Oh,
But that's gonna be.
Now we need to start with them there, maybe. Kind of not enthralled by the timeline of July to February at this point in time. We don't control that, I guess.
I'm not a window guy.
Yeah, I know. I was at one point in time, that's why I'm looking at that thinking, shouldn't take long.
I love it, John.
welcome to your first one.
No, I think that's a great idea to. Update, like I said, back up, probably to start with the election. Because last year we started in the process.
Even-
Construction pictures of this with.
Even
Before
before,
and after.
even before that though, commissioners, the North County ambulance is what really started.
Oh, that's.
Back to David.
Yeah. It always goes back to David. That's where it always starts.
It's only because we had to listen to you for almost like 6 years, so we finally got sick of it. Or at least I did anyway. I can't speak for everybody.
No, I had that, somebody had sent me, it's one of the. What kind of meetings, planning meeting from 10 or 12 years ago when I was running it, said the priority for the next year is to get a new EMS. So, yeah.
Mhm.
Real
No.
priority.
No, 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 no. Uh-huh, 95.
That's real high priority.
Yes.
Yeah.
We made that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It was worth the wait.
Super in time.
Well, there were some really long times there.
Do we have the opportunity, I know we've talked about a tour
weekend, so that was 95.
to go look at the space and then show commissioners where their office space will be, could we? I'm looking at both here. And that's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, we can go at any time. The offices are still occupied by other staff, but we can show where those offices be at. We have the room set up right now for testing as we're testing the kid, right? Window glare and those kind of things. So we're working on getting some curtain coverings or something on those windows on that north side, because they wash out the screen.
Take these.
We're doing. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, these are bad.
Even, I mean, you want to do it sooner, we can, or if you, the 23rd, when they're off for their ribbon cutting, I don't know if everybody will be there, then we could just walk right across and we can show you there on the 23rd. We could do it.
And on that.
Be set up better than.
Yeah. Yeah.
Technically, you guys will be there, so we can all do it at the same time. Technically. Okay.
23rd.
Before or after?
I don't know. Before or after.
After intergov.
Because they have.
Intergovernmental luncheon.
So that's what we did that.
So Catherine, I heard you say about parking.
Yeah, but
I don't know if that's a thing or a thing or who can help with that.
we'll need to have some designated parkings for.
We'll probably have to park over at the clinic, I would guess, because the FCRC parking lot is really small.
Yeah.
We can accommodate you in our building.
Okay.
We'll, and so.
It'll be closer
And
then.
then we can get them, we can work together, we can get them 3 spots right up front, on the north side of our new building.
Yep.
The parking area right there, so they don't have to walk very far.
Yeah.
Clinic's such a long distance.
But it is.
Yeah, absolutely. We can.
There's still a possibility of getting in and out of our offices down here.
Is there one?
Getting in and out of our offices during that time down here.
The message has been no
Yeah,
access.
the message has been no.
Well, sorry, but I need to be able to get in and get to files and stuff. I'm not gonna be able to treat.
Try to move everything in there.
That'd be good to.
So it was a further discussion to have to see if your files are within a cabinet or a piece of furniture that you would want us to move out there versus leave the desk, but then take what might be a filing system, since we're looking at, 5-6 months. So we would move the items out there.
But we can get out there.
Our chairs.
Yes. Yeah, these chairs will all go out to the main room where you meet, and the chairs from your offices will go out, calendars, all those things, all that stuff will go out there. And then everything you want to have out of your office, aside from the desk itself, we would coordinate to have.
Well, we could probably put things in tubs and just leave them in there, right? If we don't want to move them around.
No, we're gonna use something else. We looked into these. The 2 side ones are easy to move, but that shorter V out there has actually got a single top over those. I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it. You might want us to
Drop it.
Oh, my goodness, we have to replace it.
We've already got order.
Right?
Were you just saying budgets were tight?
Yeah, I didn't want to break them and then we have to replace them with a 5-card table.
Well, I think that. That's all.
Yeah. Well, that round. Yeah.
Roll around,
No, we've got tables and coverings out there and so forth, so.
It's just for their computers and everything. It's,
Oh, yeah.
like, you won't even have a phone here, right? Their phone,
Correct.
their phone.
Right. Yep. That's fine. Hang out at your office that you would like to have, like I said, files and all. We'll change out the locks and things on there. I've already talked with Lori and stuff. That way it's your office with nobody else's access other than just.
Comprehensive plan, update.
Yes, so comprehensive plan, of course, is different from our strategic plan. So I know I've been doing my best to keep everybody up to date, but we're moving along. Still waiting for it here being done and adopted with that. Our subcommittees are working on their draft goals, so we should have those finalized, draft goals finalized here soon, and then that information will be released out to the public for their review and their comment, of course, then speaking, with you folks to get your input on that as well. Stakeholder interviews are on, all the information we're giving will be, a lot of it is, and again, we will do website, all the process. We had our community workshop last month out of Hotdorf. It's about 28 people there. We had a few activities that people, not everybody participated in, but a lot of people did. So it was good to get some input that way. We'll have a couple more over the next several months, tentatively in July and October, but more information to come on that. We'll probably hold the next one more in the North County area. Again, the last one was in Potter. Just want to make sure we, moving around as best we can. Although I will say we didn't have a ton of people there, although we had a good amount. We had them put little stickers. We had an aerial map of Riley County, and we had people put stickers of basically where they live or work. Everybody was from where they live, and we had distribution from across the county. So again, we didn't have tons and tons and tons of people there, but it was nice to see that we had that good representation across the county. So, everybody should come to the intergovernmental luncheon, because I'm going to give you all a full presentation about what we're up to, and I know everybody wants to know about it. So just let me know.
And like 28 people showing up on a weeknight for a public meeting is gold. Like, it doesn't happen. You can be giving away free money. And like, it's hard to get 20.
You give away fake money, didn't you?
Then they had to put it back in the jars, right?
Yeah, so basically everybody got $3, whatever denomination you want to use, everybody got $3 fake dollars. That then there was a series of functions that they have to choose, because as we all know, and as we're always talking about, we have limited resources here. We can't do it all. So what, to the public, what's important to them? What do they want to prioritize their taxpayer dollars on? So that's kind of where that activity came.
And I think they said new desk, right?
Yeah, that was the overwhelming
New desk.
majority.
I see some data behind that.
And we want to update our strategic, where we are in some of the strategic plans. Now, John's been most of,
It's got no update.
Okay.
Don't let you know, but.
Well, I was thinking we're holding off on the SCRC and the clinic building until John gets it back, correct? Okay.
So
Right, and we,
Grading RFQs for judicial right now.
okay. Of course, we're in the midst of switching out windows here. Got you guys moved so we could, in theory, start a process of moving some of their entity probably after that around.
Well, Corey and John are increasing my old space to relocate people within the building.
Right.
Yep, so.
But you could theoretically start redesigning that space. And then once the windows are done, actually working on it, or presumably.
John had said that community corrections would have been there on July 3rd, because we're still working on your file project, so we're using the space, which we could use any space, but that would be off on July 3rd is when community corrections would move over.
Outside entrance over there.
Community corrections will move from where they are to the EM,
Old EM.
the old EM space. John had said it'd be one side of the building, windows.
Yeah,
building.
I think he said it was the thirds, wasn't it? They're going to do
I don't know.
What's
that side and then move the way back this way and do it in thirds.
Windows on this building.
So they wanted to do sides at a time, that way when they did the scaffolding, they could work an entire side of immediate corrections. And that they secure area in there, it was go in and get them all done at one time and then go back to the original work aside and work aside. So we're gonna move community corrections out first before the July 21st start. Probably that week ahead of when they get started or 2 weeks ahead. We have walk through Wednesday. Figure out where everybody's going to go between the EM space, probably the conference room, and then even GIS office, so they have enough room, because we have to reestablish their interview rooms and things as well. What the processes are gonna be for the EAs and those kind of things. So we have all that in the works, working with Jerry and so forth, but we'll have all that done and ready for them to be moved in there. Get you guys established and going out there, then those next 2 weeks EM over, and then that frees up their space. So be ready to go. Then when they're done, it'll just be what windows they have and available and then where they want to work. If they're in between two departments and have a little gap, then that's when they'll pick on some windows maybe in this space and work on it until they're ready to get for transition part. So.
Scaffolding.
Mm-hmm. So.
Yes, I'll just mention that if anybody in this complex has like a nursing mother who needs to use a lactation room, that's currently in this building and for right now is staying in this building, but as they move around from side to side, may have to move. So just, let us know as early as you know.
Anything else from anybody?
I can give you a bit of an update on the elevators. So the health department, main building, and Carnegie. The current schedule for when those would play out be that September 19th to the following Friday. So the 19th to the 26th, the elevator wouldn't be available in ports. They're going to do an accelerated replace on that so that they're not without an elevator for 3 weeks. It's also what fit the ports where they put that in. So it'll likely be courts the 19th to the 26th. The 3 weeks ahead of that will be Carnegie. Then middle of August or so, early August will be health department. We're working on that. That's the tentative right now at this time that we've worked out schedules when delivery of the materials and support be on the elevator.
Our building, it's coming fast and furious. They're actually, I think, ahead of schedule. Last Friday, we got temporary certification of occupancy, so we're in the admin side and the apparatus bays, setting up offices and such. So setting up the equipment. And then we're having a walkthrough tomorrow, punch list for the staff side with the architects and the engineers and everybody. And then we're hoping to have temporary certification of occupancy by the end of the week for the staff side, which is at least a week ahead of schedule. We'll get the keys, if you will, from them on the 20th. I got the 21st and 22nd, that weekend, I've got set aside time for staff families to come into the building. So they're anxious to see it. So right now we're waiting on, they're just doing a bunch of stuff inside. They're doing painting touch-ups. A couple of things that get repaired and it's outside. They're doing a lot of dirt work and such. Last of the concrete should be poured today or tomorrow.
I should say something.
Oh, there, so, that company has been a battle. It's been a battle. So, and then, tying in the road to the curbs, should be going right now, if not today, tomorrow for sure, but, so we're close. But yeah, companies there putting office furniture together, the training room is put together already. Or the meeting room, whatever you want to call it. So, all of Corey's stuff is in, so he's, anything IT related is Corey, so things are looking great there. You know, but, we're close, so we're buying stuff now, putting it in, we've got bulk things we need to get bought, you know, setting up a kitchen. So, you know, we've been using things from people's houses, you know, so we wouldn't buy something new to, you know, that last, you know, a year or something, but, they're excited, they're ready to get in. But it's fantastic. We're waiting on flagpoles. I gotta go buy a mailbox. I'm not sure where we're gonna put the mailbox, you know.
Got an idea on that one.
One of those 4 o'clock in the morning things, I sent Josh a text or an email, mailbox. Everything going through, hadn't thought about a mailbox. So, you know, I mean, it's just crazy, all of those little things, so, but we have to have. But it's moving well, it's fantastic, it's unbelievable, so, thank you. And it's been a team effort, you know, between our construction committee, you know, Russell, John, Corey, Commissioner, Rich, you know, it's been fantastic, so. I'm ready to be done with it, and, you know, Russell said, hey. But, anytime you guys wanna come see it, let me know, you know, we can arrange that. Right now, they're down, they were there for 10 hours on Saturday working. So, cause they're trying to get it done, because they've got other projects waiting for this one to get finished, you know, so. But, yeah, they were there for 10 hours on Saturday, working hard. So I think I can get people in pretty much any time now, so.
Got the construction fence this morning.
Yeah, that's went down on the west side this morning, and, on the north side. But not on the east side until the road gets tied in, so if not, there's a drop off there, but yeah, it's, tomorrow will be a big day to do the punch list. Thursday will be a big day when they do the, temporary occupancy, which should be pretty easy, because they've already done a sprinkler system check and the alarm system check and all of that, so. But let me know if you want to come out and see it. That, the caveat is you gotta go see where we're at currently before you.
Yeah, for sure.
Where you are currently.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, 3 offices, three different buildings.
Three buildings.
Yeah, so, but, you gotta come see where our crews are now before you truly understand.
Well, I mean,
Where we're going.
see that before.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
Commissioner Ford just said Vivian ought to get some video before.
Yeah. Oh, sure matters.
Yeah.
We have pictures.
I don't know that I have like I have some meetings that we did there, but I'll come by.
Because you can't appreciate what, you know, it's 6 times the size of what we are currently. You know, and, when you look at it, think, how many HR issues, you know, were potentially there, you know, when we had men and women sleeping in the same bunk beds for years, for decades. You know, that, and nothing ever happened, I mean, nothing, it was.
Nothing I got reported.
Everything was just so professional, how the staff handled themselves for decades, was just fantastic. But, yeah, you need to come see, you know, their kitchen table is a conference table. You know, so that was, refurbished from the hospital. So that, you know, it was just, come by, look at it, please, and then take you over, see where we're moving to.
Yeah. Looking at it under construction. I don't know how many miles wire.
Yeah, miles of gig going in there.
Now it's all covered with steel now, but there was a nest of
Oh, yeah.
wires going all the way. You get all the cameras, and that's the security, computers and everything.
I'd have to think about it for a little while, but that'd be interesting.
It would be,
Yeah.
it really would be.
You never,
Yeah.
especially going back to the control room there.
Oh, yeah.
Like this big,
Just
all wires.
Just that.
Just enough, yeah.
So you figured out where they all went, huh?
That was the goal.
Because And every cable was numbered.
Yeah.
So,
That's crazy.
and, but what got me was.
Could be one left
which
over.
one to put into the back of this server, or back of this computer, that's one I'd love to figure out, is how did they know what that assignment was? 'Cause
Don't tell your secrets, Corey. Don't tell your secrets.
Name on it, not know that, David.
Thank you.
Hey, you forgot a mailbox. That tells you all you. And you know somebody that actually makes mailboxes and couldn't do that.
Gosh.
Is 4 o'clock in the morning, I just mailbox. I don't know why, but it's like, boom.
Can't be out by the street.
It didn't go so straight. It's gotta be against.
That'll end up in one of the AC houses.
So, but there's just lots of those little things that are hitting me now, that I'm gonna go, oh, crap. You know, so, but I'll be glad when it's over.
Apparently so will Josh, 4 a.m. mailbox.
Yeah, those were years from me. And he's gotten better about returning the email, you know, well, I can't, Josh didn't hear, he's probably listening. You can call him in the middle of the night, he won't hear it. You can email him, he won't hear it. You text him, boom. Oh, you know, oh yeah, he hears that. That's that generation thing there. So, but.
Anyone else have anything?
Just doesn't really directly affect anybody. If anybody asks about it, they're talking about completely closing. I talked about a little bit earlier. Highway 13 from 24 going over the dam. Because they've determined that box culvert is bad. So I'm getting this secondhand, but David said he heard the same thing. So. And they're looking at totally closing 13. Where you can't go over the dam. So like the Go people will have to go over the dam. Come in by, go back around that way.
That's gonna make some people happy.
When are they gonna do that?
Well, this is all preliminary. There isn't anything set in stone yet. They're definitely gonna do it.
Guys are here today.
It sure sounds like.
Yeah,
it.
open that
Sounds like
today.
it. The big thing for me is that's gonna mean our volunteer firefighters to get to the fire station. They're gonna have to go around.
Blue County could beat you there.
Exactly. Well, so we're probably gonna be talking to Blue Township as far as fire response in that area, especially Tuttle Cove. And maybe even a little more in that area. But Manhattan's a lot about Tuttle Cove, but Manhattan be in the same boat. You know, Manhattan go respond down, you know, south of there a lot there. As far as coming across the dam and getting into Tuttle Cove, we'll probably be talking to Blue Township.
We're talking some reimbursement too.
Well, I mean, they're wanting us to help with the, drop the planes. So, I mean.
Oh, yeah, you guys have.
Their station's just right on the other side of the dam too. It's just right there.
That they'll, I would be shocked if they.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So that'll affect David and ambulance response too. And then RCPD response in that area. You know, just all of that. So if you hear. You know, just for your, especially the commissioners, but anybody's information, talking to anybody in that area. You know,
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
the road's gotta be fixed too. You want the road safe, so. What do you do?
Well, not everyone wanted the road fixed, but it's getting there.
Well, I mean, the box culvert part. That may or may not have happened, not right away, but eventually, whether they. Obviously, that's the thing.
What I say, Greg, I've had several comments saying, why is the county doing this? Okay.
Yeah.
You're not feeling, I passed the buck. Done? Done.
All right.
Good.